Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 10th, 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective when we reach 50K likes. And we will also be doing a reading giveaway and gifting a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. But first and foremost, how is everyone doing right now? How are you feeling? How are you grounding through some of this excitable energy that we are experiencing now that we are moving closer and closer to a lot of that lunar eclipse that we're going to be experiencing on the 14th? We're going to continue to repeat a lot of the things that we have been saying during this cycle. First and foremost, you are not a mess. You are a work in progress. If you are feeling flustered right now, if you're feeling like you're really having a lot of difficulty in relationality to the perception of the self, if you're feeling a lot of that weight, I would like to take this time to remind you that we are currently experiencing and going through a Venus in retrograde period. Now, this type of energy it's temperamental, right? It's difficult. And the thing about it, and I like to point this out, there's a lot of conversations about the fact that we talk a lot about, you sometimes hear warnings not to get like beauty things done, aesthetic things done during Venus retrograde cycles. It's not because the Venus retrograde cycle like causes issues in relationality to getting that, but rather the difficulty that we often experience with the Venus and retrograde cycles has to do specifically and particularly as it relates to the perception of the self, right? I like to describe it, at best it sometimes feels like a funhouse mirror. At worst, it might feel like a broken mirror, right? So working through that context right now might be creating a lot of those feelings of difficulty for you. This is why it's really important to be working through this month with a deep sense of anchoring as well as a sense of compassion, because this same force, I'm going to tell you right now, this same force, a lot of the energy that we're working with right now, absolutely beautiful in the space of setting the intentions, of building into the context and the framework of the self, right? Feeling a lot of that sense of stability and strength throughout. But at the same time, right, it can also create a lot of those feelings of working through anxiety, working through fear, right? Potentially feeling very triggered, okay? Now, we're also, at the same time as all of this is happening, we've also got a Mercury retrograde that's occurring. And so the thing with the Mercury retrogrades is on top of all of that, right? So we've already got a lot of this energy that is making us feel that sense of feeling a lot of hyperfixation or hyperfocus on the self. At the same time, we've got the Mercury retrograde cycles that are occurring. And the thing with the Mercury retrograde cycles that are occurring, or the Mercury retrograde shadow that we're finding ourselves in, is it's glitchy energy, right? It creates a lot of those frustrations, those minor inconveniences, as it were. So working through the context of some of that force, recognizing and identifying it, like even there, like having to work through some of that clumsiness, it's not helping the feeling that the Venus in retrograde is also creating, right? If anything, it makes it feel like it's like the best way I can describe it is it feels really clumsy. It feels like clumsy energy. All of this to say, at the same time as all of that is going on, we're starting to move into an eclipse season, right? And the thing is, I like to point out the thing with eclipse energy is eclipse energy does not create something that is not there, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that princess and the pea kind of energy, something that is feeling minor that one starts to become to hyper fixate or hyper focus upon, right? So a lot of that work, and I'm going to tell you right now, there may be a lot of energy also. If someone's operating from the space of the ego right now, it may be a lot of spaces that we may be experiencing that may be creating a lot of that sense of projection or over internalizing. So I'm going to kind of reaffirm a lot of the stuff that you've been hearing me say over the last few days. I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record as we continue through this cycle because I feel like, and the reason I'm going to, and I'm actually saying that intentionally, because one of the things that we were speaking about that was occurring prior to this cycle beginning had to do in the space of finding one's own anchor, right? Finding one's own center, being able to bring oneself off the brink when we start to feel too much of that anxiety or too much of that weight. This is the gift that we experience when we have healthy mantras, when we have a lot of that, like we talk a lot about meditative practices here, but we also recognize that a meditative practice is effectively anything that brings you back into that space of focus of the self, right? So I want you to like remember when I was telling you? Remember when I was telling you like a week or two ago, don't come into March until you have that anchor. Don't come into March until you have that anchor. Make sure you have that anchor that'll help you like bring yourself back into your center. Now's a good time to start clutching those anchors, right? Because it's too much operating in that space of potentially already experiencing. Because I'll tell you right now, for those who aren't necessarily anchoring through it, it can feel more energetically volatile, right? And also, this may be feeling amplified if you feel like you're already navigating others' volatility, others' hypersensitivity. Because again, what are we experiencing, right? Having compassion. If you recognize that another is in that space, understanding that that is the vibe right now. So, trying to help bring others back to their center as well is also going to be very key. Now, this is going to be having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. Now, for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, this is feeling like a lot of work in relationality to, and I want to say there's a lot, all of the lessons that I'm seeing that are being occurring right now are existing within the framework of Virgo. And the thing about a lot of the Virgo work is working in the context of, and and this is why, I feel like to a certain extent, Virgo energy is often not appreciated in the way that it should be, because there's a lot of work that often is experienced as it relates to navigating through Virgo lessons that has to do in identifying and recognizing the importance and the subtlety of nuance, right? Like working in that context, right? And working in that space and understanding like a lot of that fine tuning energy. But this is also, and those with a lot of Virgo placements may also recognize and understand this, that same ability, that same gift that the Virgo energy is able to navigate as it relates to perfecting, as it relates to fine tuning. What happens when it is too over, when there's too much of that sense of perfection? And this is something that we all that you may be experiencing right now. And this is why it feels doubly amplified in the context of the Venus in retrograde cycle. And often a lot of Virgo energy has to work on modifying their own sense of perfection, right? Because what happens, right? What happens when we get too focused on perfection? Perfection becomes its own blockage point, right? Especially, and those like, even in the space of creating something, right? If we were to wait until something was perfect, it would never be completed, right? Perfecting, the act of perfecting, it's not a location, it's not a noun, it is a verb, right? And again, what's interesting about it is a lot of the Virgo energy often enters anticipating, seeking perfection, right? Identifying it, almost looking for it like a place on the map. And what do we see that often happens in the context of the Virgo learning those lessons? It comes through as the Virgo understanding that perfection is not a destination, it's a cardinal direction, right? And that's heavy. That's hard because in the moment that we identify and recognize that perfection is not a destination, it's not something that can be found, it is a direction that we move towards, right? And what is the difference between a destination and a cardinal direction? A destination can be reached, right? You hit it, you go, okay, it's done. Like it's good. But and you'll often understand this, right? Whenever we reach for the thing that we think is perfect, when we arrive there, that's often why we feel a lot of that unsatisfactoriness because it doesn't go away. And this is something that often is very difficult for those with Virgo energy to work through. It's like, I could just make it a little bit better. Oh, this could be a little bit what if like working through that space. And so that ability of the Virgo to kind of come into the space of learning through a lot of that work, that perfection is not a place to be attained, but a direction that we feel that longing, right? That sense of that desire to ever want to reach, but that is always a bit like it is the longing for the thing that is across the horizon, but the horizon never is reached, right? It's the cardinal destination. This is what helps a lot of those with Virgo placements as it relates to, as we said, bringing that force of compassion in on their journeys, because that modality, right? What occurs in the space of the Virgo energy is able to start giving compassion for themselves, starting to regulate that desire for perfection. They're immediately able to give it to all of those around the self, right? That same level or degree of compassion then effectively spreads to those who are around them. So I bring this forward right now because it's going to help explain why like there's a lot of, and I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of work that you may be experiencing because as we described, this is why this energy right now sometimes like feels kind of rough, right? Because it's facilitating that moving towards the Virgo full moon, right? That space of desiring, or that feeling of perfection, whilst at the same exact time also feeling a lot of that perceptual distortion that we experience during Virgo retrograde cycles. So it's like that. It's like, do you understand like the counter oppositional energy right now that says it must be perfect? I am a monster. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that work of being like, it's never perfect. I am not perfect. They're not perfect. It requires that sense of taking it easy. It requires that sense, and this is the thing about it, when we allow for that space, and I know, and if you're wincing as I say this right now, then you know that this energy is getting to you. Good good gets in the like, you know, good is better than perfect, right? Done is better than fine tuning, right? The ability to come into a space that we feel good about the space that we're in, right? It's like that breath of fresh air that we give ourselves. And a lot of that work, if you're not in a space of doing it, it's going to feel like you're feeling triggered. We're also talking a lot about right now navigating the feeling of fear. So, what is the feeling of fear? The feeling of fear is working through the context of being able to feel afraid of something, but not necessarily being able to identify why. This is why we're also recognizing right now. This is why I was telling you a lot of this work that we're doing right now may feel like a lot of shadow work, right? Because when we're in a healthy space with our fear, we're able to embrace it, we're able to effectively look at it. We're able to kind of walk ourselves through it, as it were. And we talk a lot here about the difference between the fear that is healthy, right? What is the fear that is healthy? The fear that is within us, that protects us, that articulates upon something that then we can address and move in the direction of accordingly. But at the same time, and this is what we're talking with a lot about, the fact that some of this energy could be triggering other shadows, right? When we're feeling a lot of this oppositional force, right, of desiring perfection, combined with the Venus in retrograde, not seeing perfection anywhere because the distortion of perception, the perception of is distorted, what can effectively arise in the space between? Fear, right? Fear about how one is perceived, fear of others to a certain extent. And that's why it's really important, and we talked a lot about this, when we come into the space of navigating through our fear, right? It's not when we're in a healthy spiritual journey, it's not that the fear goes away, but we're able to approach it in a way that we look towards it to understand what its source is, right? And in that way, we effectively, and when we do that, it's sometimes difficult because when we look at something from a place of fear and we're able to see and understand the logic that exists within it, then it's beautiful because the fear serves a purpose. It helps us in space of a direction. It helps us be able to kind of bifurcate what we are afraid of versus what we can avoid, right? However, in the same modality, often when we have a fear that we cannot articulate upon, it is often, far too often, the fact that something that we feel fear towards might not necessarily be scary, but it might be pointing us in the direction of a blind spot of the self that we cannot see and recognize, right? That's why that ability, and this is why we talk about the act of love, is one about navigating from a place of bravery. That ability of doing so, right? That ability of inhabiting a space where we're able to effectively look towards ourselves, right? It creates that sense of bravery and balance because and this was all of those warrior lessons that we spoke about leading up to that Mars retrograde period that we experienced prior to this point, right? Working in the context of recognizing and identifying what it feels like to move with courage that often feels counter oppositional to what we expect and anticipate it to be, being able to recognize and face our fear. This is what allows us the ability to articulate through it, right? Because a lot of that work in doing so, we've talked a lot about, again, healing from places, coming into healing via the moving away from places of trauma. And that's what we've also been speaking about. Because again, what happens in spaces of trauma? The illogical fear, right? The fear that we feel that we're not necessarily able to articulate the reasons why. This is why we do that shadow work. This is why we introspect upon the things we fear. Because when we introspect upon the things we fear, we sometimes discover trauma that we did not know that we were carrying, right? Now, this is having, as I mentioned, a deep impact across all of the frequencies right now. And it is also having a different impact depending on whether you feel in alignment to masculine or feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, for a lot of the energy in separation, if you're feeling like you're being pulled in oppositional directions right now, well, I think that has a lot to do with the fact that we see that Jupiter is in Gemini, right? There's a lot of that feeling or amplification as it relates to choice right now. And it does feel somewhat polarizing. But this is why I see that for a lot of the energy in separation, I basically, again, I see two different modalities that are potentially occurring right now. And in some spaces, there is a combination of both. I see situations, and this is why I see that what feels like it's so heavy right now for a lot of the energy in separation is working through a lot of these Virgo lessons. And a lot of the Virgo lessons that I'm seeing right now have to do with the space and place of understanding the difference between, I keep on hearing, the silence of grief versus the profound silence of alignment, right? Because effectively, for a lot of the energy in separation, understanding, right? I see a lot of the energy has been on a healing journey in separation and understanding the reasons why one is in separation. And what's beautiful is when we're in those modalities of understanding the reasons why one is in separation, it allows a context by which one can improve, doing work on the self, right, to make those changes, or healing in the space that there's something that one experienced that one could not control or avoid. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, I see that there may be there needs to be some counter oppositional forces that are occurring right now as it relates to conversations that feel like they are in alignment versus conversations that feel like they are not. And what is indicative of moments that we don't feel like we're in alignment in a conversation, right? The ability to prioritize the lessons or the work that we're doing at that time. So, for a lot of the energy in separation right now, facilitating and recognizing the context of that work, having a full understanding of what you've been embodying or what you've been working towards in those moments, right? And especially if this has to do with energy from the past returning, if we have those conversations and another person brings something forth to us in a desire to heal, right? What did we see that a lot of the energy in separation was looking towards in order to find a capacity of healing, transformation? However, we also see that because that this is a moment where Pisces is transitioning into Virgo, there's a lot of that ability of potentially having moments where it feels like you're having an entirely different conversation with someone, right? I keep on hearing the difference between a surplus and something that has changed. What happens in the context of a surplus? If these are modalities where someone's trying to come towards another to heal, and they're only able to articulate upon the vast depth of feelings that they may have, right? We understand here that feelings, right? The reason we work to understand our feelings is so that our love feels like love, which is why we see that if there's some energy right now in separation, and another comes towards them and says, I need to speak to you. I want to talk about the changes we can make. And someone says, well, how do you want to change? And they say, I have a lot of feelings, right? This could be a moment that it feels like there's a lack of alignment because someone's saying, well, it's not about the feelings. Feelings don't, feelings aren't a plan. Like feelings aren't a plan. An apology is a plan. The desire to change is a plan. So that's why I keep on seeing that there may be this moment where someone's trying to have a conversation with someone in separation, and it feels like it just kind of renders someone mute because what the person is saying I have changed, and they're saying how are you changing, and they say I have feelings, and someone says having feelings is not indicative of change. Changing is changing, right? So we see even now these are the argumentation points between, again, Pisces energy that says I have a lot of something versus Aries that says having a lot of something isn't doing something, right? Having a lot of something doesn't change something. At the same time, I see that there may be conversations that are occurring in other areas that feel like they're profound. Like someone starts to go about unpacking something, someone goes about trying to describe something to another, and someone says, "You don't need to explain that to me. I already understand." Almost like cuts ahead, almost tries to like, it like amplify or articulate or say what the next thing was going to be said. Because often in those moments that we feel like we're in alignment, we like run, oh, we start to outrun one another, right? Because it's in those moments that we feel like at a loss for words because we recognize that someone is on the same train of thought as we are. They're in the same conversation. They're moving in the same aspiration. So I keep on hearing, again, I keep on seeing a lot of energy right now in separation, either going through the exasperation of feeling like they've run out of breath for something, like they can't get through to someone, or feeling the exultation, exhalation, the sigh that one feels when it feels the relief of being in conversation with someone that gets it. And for some of the energy in separation right now, for some of the energy in separation right now, I'm seeing that that might be the feeling of both things happening at once. Both things happening at once. So we just kind of see there's a lot there because it creates that sense of force in terms of like having or working through that straddle that we're experiencing as all these planets move out of Pisces into Aries. I will also say this might be a very triggering time right now for those with Pisces placements. If you have Pisces placements, I am asking you to please make sure that you're finding a healthy anchor. Why? Because with all the planets moving out, all the planets, like imagine like Pisces was having a party, right? And now all the planets are moving out of Pisces into Aries. it can be feeling like it's triggering abandonment wounds, right? It can feel like it's triggering abandonment wounds because it feels like everybody's going away. So again, if you're feeling like that and you're a Pisces, remember it's not you, it's the planets right now. Now, for the energy coming into divine union, there's something really important that we're recognizing and identifying in relationality to working through the context of moving into divine union and having a lot of clarity, right? What is happening for a lot of the energy moving into divine union? There's a lot of that space and building in the context of clarity, right? Being able to see something, being able to identify something, working in that space. And I keep on seeing, because we talk about the fact that when we're in a healthy relationship, it often feels like we are moving into that space, like we're able to see through our own blind spots. So, a lot of that work that we're identifying and recognizing right now, we're just seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, there's something really important about that space or that place of identifying and recognizing what it feels like to be able to see that clarity. And what's really beautiful about that to a certain extent is for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, that ability of seeing something with that level or degree of clarity has a lot to do with observing something from the past and what is happening in the space of looking at something from the past with new optics. That ability of clarifying, seeing something, this is the energy that may either feel like there's an apology that they need to give towards someone, or simultaneously an apology that they are energetically owed. Now, what is interesting about this is, do we see that this is the energy that is running around trying to give those apologies, trying to receive them? No. No, we do not. Why? Because there's a lot of energy right now coming into divine union that's working on heart chakra. They're working on a lot of that space of heart chakra practices. And what do we identify with a lot of the work in the heart chakra? That often when we are in a space of healing, being able to recognize and identify something, seeing something, right, within the self, something that may feel that it would heal us to be able to give or to be able to receive, is being modulated and regulated with the space of understanding that sometimes when we get something off of our chest, we bury it in another, like it opens a wound in another in the process, right? There's a lot of this energy that is understanding the nuance of wanting to extend healing to a situation, but also understanding and utilizing discernment. And this is why the energy is not effectively articulating apologies, but living them, right? They're going forward with them within them. I keep on hearing they're putting the apologies on the altar of the self, right? And that is the energy that says, should the day arrive that they can extend them or receive them, it would be sublime. But they're not feeling the need to run forward towards those situations and circumstances because the the work that they're doing is effectively amplifying and articulating their direction. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union right now, there's a lot of this work that I see as it relates to building in the context of feeling, and I keep on seeing there's a lot of this work as it relates to having and navigating breakthroughs from a point of energetic courage. Now, the thing about this and all of this, like I told you, is like a culmination point of a lot of that work that we recognized and identified that was happening during the Mars retrograde period. What did we see was occurring through that? There was a lot of, and this is, I'm keep on telling you right now, it feels very protective. It feels like a lot of work in relationality to articulating upon what feels like one holds preciously. Now, what is important about that? In the space of navigating and coming into the space of identifying and feeling the things that anchor the self, we've been talking a lot about that space. What did we talk about that was really important? That has to do with what it often looks like when we're in a space of projecting or over internalizing, right? And the thing about it, and this is where Aries is helping to a certain degree, when we project outwards, right? When we blame others for things, right? It lets our hands be free, right? It says, I don't have to do any work on the self. I don't need to do anything about the self, right? It's all on them, right? So there's a lot of that projecting energy. The same force that encourages us to project, right? Like we work into that space of being defensive and we push against something and say, I don't want to deal with it. It's their fault. Is the same exact force that is created when we over internalize something, right? When we say, I guess I'm the worst. I guess I just suck. I guess I'm sorry you have to put up with this. I'm sorry I'm like this, right? That sense of apologizing for the self. Again, you throw your hands up. You say, I can't do anything about it. This is just who I am. And it keeps one's hands free from being able to do anything. And that's why we keep on seeing that there's a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union that's like, I keep on hearing they're rebuking, they're rebuking that perception that others suck, right? Because that's the energy that feels like that space of saying, when you say others suck, like you're not willing to do the work. They're also rebuking the energy of saying that they suck. Because when we come into that space of feeling too hard on ourselves during the Venus retrograde, we're saying there's nothing I can do about it. When we look at things from a place of objectivity, we don't look at it in the space of wanting to amplify that sense of where the problem is outside the self or overly within the self. We look at situations. We look at things with objectivity. We understand the force that is necessary in order to move something forward in a positive direction. And that's why I keep on hearing that a lot of the energy right now is very much moving from Pisces into double Aries, because this is the energy that says that understanding what is best has feelings have nothing to do with it, because often feelings cloud perception, right? Feelings cloud the perception of what is occurring. Feelings want to feel. Feelings often just want to, like when we wallow, and this is why when we wallow in our feelings, it's hard for us to think clearly, because the feelings just want to create more of the feeling, right? But that's why when we're moving with a space of objectivity, it's a lot of that, like, it's a lot of that straighten up. It's a lot of that, like, it's like when you have to do something, you don't let your feelings stand in the way of it, right? You're able to see through that with a level or degree of clarity. So I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that's building into that context of recognizing and understanding the value and power of that force, but at the same time, potentially going through conflict points with others where they may be feeling like they're seeing another person that is projecting outward or overly internalizing this energy. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot or at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, if you would like to get on the list and you're joining us across the other platforms, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Hi there, Jix. Oh, because you're talking to a Virgo. This is crazy. Thank you so much, Jix, for being here and receiving these messages as well. And thank you as well, Karen, for joining us. Hi there, Diaz. Welcome. Grand Rising, Shea. Never been so early. Welcome, Shea. Welcome and good for joining us. Hi there, Dump Truck. Morning. The collective reading has not happened yet, dear. We're about to get started on it. And thank you for those gifts. Thank you, Royal, for the follow as well. Thank you for clarifying that to them as well, Shea. Where does all the energy go? What do you mean by that, Royal? Well, I mean, that's a pretty broad. That's a pretty broad question. I'm happy to try to answer it, but I just need a little bit more clarity on what you mean. Back to us until we transmute it. Are you talking about, I mean, the energy doesn't, I mean, the energy is everywhere, and that's what we talk about. Energy can't be created or destroyed. So we talk a lot about how the energy is moving here, particularly in these collective reads. Christina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I love Virgo energy too. It's absolutely beautiful. And I also feel like and here's the thing. I often feel, and we talk a lot about this, it's misunderstood energy, right? It's absolutely beautiful in the context of the fact that there's a clarity and a precision of thought that is like unmatched for those with with Virgo qualities and characteristics. But, and this is why we talk about it, this is why we sometimes see that misconception that those with Virgo placements are seen as cold, right? It's not the fact that the Virgo energy is cold, it's that the Virgo energy, and this is like why we're working in this context right now, like that the ability of being able to parse through what is emotional versus what is like I keep on seeing like a lot of that work, a lot of the work that Virgos have to navigate is working through the context of parsing through feelings versus logic, right? Like there's a lot of that space. And so I'm telling you right now, we've got this Virgo full moon that's just on the horizon, and we've got this amplification. But that's why we have to be a little conscientious right now, because this Venus retrograde in confluence with the Virgo full moon, it's like butting of heads, because imagine you put together, like try to put together the desire for perfection in the context of an energy that makes perception distortion. Everything looks less than perfect as we move towards a full moon energy that feels like it's demanding perfection, right? It's a lot of this, like, that's why I keep on calling it like Phantom of the Opera energy, because it's like boom, 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 boom. It's like a lot of, it's like, it's a lot of that, if you will, you know? And that's why we have to like, that's why we got to like take it down. I keep telling everybody, you can take it down a notch, right? Just take it down a notch, cool it up a little. We would wait forever. Thank you. Thank you for those hearts, Era. Thank you for those hearts, Shaya. Yep. Thank you, Patty, as well. Hi there, Claudia. Please know that this is, oh, and again, Claudia, I appreciate that you come in here and you feel that you need to heal us, but I also need to point out an unhealthy sign of healing is where you try to bring healing to places with others who do not ask to be healed, because that says to me that the thing that you believe is more based on righteousness, right? You feel like you are exceptional. You feel like you have a call where you have to save everybody, right? That is, you have to be very conscientious as to why you might feel like that, because that is a moment that you're saying to me that you look at the world like you are right and everyone around you is wrong because they are in danger, because that's the articulation of your fear. So a lot of the stuff that you're saying there has very much to do with what we're talking about here. So I'm going to encourage you. You're welcome to stay if you would like to learn more. But if you continue to try to put dogma here in this space, we don't create fear here. This is a space of love and compassion and inclusion. So you're happy to stay as long as you don't try to spread that type of hate. Thank you so much, Claudia, for being here. And I wish you the best of luck on your journey. Chevy, it's been nuts. 10 dreams about my ex. It's been 4 years. I know. Chevy, listen, if you understand what we've been reading for in the frequencies right now, the karmic dreams have never been higher. And it has a lot to do with what's happening right now for the energy coming into divine union. And we've actually been, I've been giving, and I also will point out, I do dream interpretation readings here as well. So if you would like to get on the list is always open for that. But everybody's been bringing a lot of their karmic dreams to me. It's a lot of heavy unpacking. But I hope if you understand, if you heard what I was saying for some of the energy moving into divine union, the ability to have to hold an apology, this is why a lot of that may be occurring right now in the dream space. And Christina, your subscription, when is he coming? We have been waiting forever. Alicia, how are you doing today, dear? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. You just made my day. That was my favorite. I want to know everything about Virgo because he is one, and so I'm listening intently. I hope these messages help, Chrissy. And I got to tell you, the thing with Virgo energy is that and here's the thing, often those who know those with Virgo placements are very hard on those around them. But I always like to point out, like, the best analogy for Virgo energy that'll help you have compassion is everything I do to you, I do to me first. Right? The rigor that a Virgo puts towards those around them is, it starts like it starts within the self, right? This is like, that's why we have to like often like the, like, like I told you, like we talked a little bit about this, how like Virgos don't recognize this. Virgos have this intuitive gift that when a Virgo walks in the room, even if they don't say anything, everyone straightens up. Like it's like that teachers in the classroom energy, like everyone just like everyone's back goes straight. So again, if you're at I was also saying like the thing with this energy right now too, with all the energy crammed into Aries and the Virgo full moon, this is not a great time for headish like headaches and back problems. Like just take it easy. Because I'm telling, it's a lot of this. It's like a lot of back and head. Back, it's like spine and head. Because Virgo's all spine, Aries is all head. So it's a lot of like, ugh, you know. Hi there, Bumble. Thank you for the follow. Lovely day. Prr. Hi there, Nana. Hey, what's up, Fuzzy? And thank you, my sweet, for the follow. How are you doing today, Carly from England? How are you doing over there? Vic, thank you for the follow. I'm happy to read for you on that, Victoria. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Also, the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading, and we will start those personal readings once we complete the collective reading today, which will be starting shortly. Grand Rising, Queenie. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And Carly, again, thank you for the follow. Angela, good to see you today. My husband is a Virgo with PTSD and childhood trauma, sending you so much support on that. We've been struggling with emotional connection. And that's the thing about it. And, this is sometimes difficult with those with Virgo placements because it's a lot of that. It's working in the space. Like Virgos like to hold things in. They like to hold things back, right? And so sometimes there's a lot of that. It's like it can feel very much like feast. They're very similar to Aquarius in this way, right? It can sometimes feel like feast or famine when it comes to Virgo energy as it relates to the feelings. It's either like not there or it's like all there, right? It's like it's a lot of that work. So being able to, like, I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing finding healthy ways of communicating, right? Not, and this is what we talk about. Like, sometimes when we hold things back and then we let them out, it's like a floodgate, it's like everything comes flying out. So and those, and I'm telling you right now, I feel like what might be my most difficult energetically right now are for those with Pisces placements right now and Virgo placements, right? Because I'm telling you, this energy right now, and for the it usually, I'll point this out, usually for Virgo placements moving towards the Virgo full moon, it would feel like a moment of celebration. It would be like everything's coming out Millhouse kind of energy, right? But the thing about it is with the Venus full, like with the Venus retrograde happening at the same time as the Virgo full moon, it creates, it's a lot, I keep on calling it, it's like chiaroscuro energy. It's like black and white. It's all like, it's harsh lines, right? It's feeling that sense of being like, I want everything to be perfect and nothing, and everything is the opposite of that, right? So it's requiring a lot of compassion as we navigate this energy. Angela, he won't open up and has been stoic and mean. And now he says he's trying, but he won't share feelings. And this is what we talk about a lot, Angela. The thing is, it's the misunderstanding of stoicism, right? Because stoicism is, and we talk a lot about this here. Stoicism is not having emotions, right? It's not learning to disassociate from them. It's not learning to shut them off. It is feeling the full breadth of one's emotions, like feeling the amplification of it, and then leading forth from the emotions with intentions. And that's why this energy right now can feel so difficult, because we've got the Pisces energy, which is all about the enormity of the feeling. And then we've got Virgo energy, which has to do with intention. So it's a lot of this right now. So making sure, and at the same time, not coming into the space of projecting the emotions out. But again, remembering our emotions are never a burden so long as we bring with the emotions their prescription. We don't just tell someone how we're feeling. We tell them what they could do to help alleviate it, right? Hi there, sweet. Mara, I'm kind of freaking out as to what's to come. Don't freak out about anything. There's here's the thing. This is and this is the thing with the eclipse cycles. This is not the time to be freaking out because, and I'll tell you because like a lot and but here's the thing, and I need to point out like the thing about this energy is it feels freaky, right? Do you see what you see what I'm telling you right now? It feels freaky. Don't freak out, right? It just understand that the energy feels freaky. And what do I mean by freaky? Because I told you it's the Venus retrograde, the distorted perception of things in combination with the Virgo full moon, the desire for everything to be perfect. So what happens when you've got a Virgo full moon that says like I need to be perfect and then everything like in the perception that makes everything look ghastly? It feels freaky. So just be mindful, like just navigate that, recognize that, and hold compassion for yourself as you go through it. Grand Rising, Queen Yi. All right. Where were we? Beautiful day, Crystal. How are you doing, Addie? I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you, Cauldron, for the follow. He's scared to show his true self. But and here's the thing, you understand him very deeply, right? You understand, but you understand the fact that the trauma in some way taught him it wasn't okay to express that because they would be vulnerable. So I think that your own ability of doing so, potentially even seeking, and I'm happy to read for it, but like, you know, make sure, I keep on saying, make sure you're not matching their energy, right? Make sure that you're not just like, make sure if they're going cold, you're not going cold as well. You might even want to kind of see if you can find someone to help like bridge that gap. I feel the head and back pain, had a bad migraine last night to this morning. It's all I'm telling you right now. If for those who have like head things, it's the fact that we've got Jupiter and Gemini, and then we've got all these planets like moving into Aries. It's like head pressure. There's too many planets in Aries house. And it creates like it's like Aries is the head. So it's like the helm. So it feels like it creates like a lot of pressure. Bren, I've been having a Virgo rising fiance. He's a handful and mindful anyway, but he's gone officially bananas. Honey. And I don't blame Virgo energy that may be feeling like they're going bananas right now. I told you, this energy, like this energy is effectively like, I got to tell you, for those with Virgo's placements, it's going to feel like a nightmare, right? And I tell you, usually this would be their like lucky penny energy, right? This is what's so difficult about it. Usually the Virgo full moons, for those with Virgo placements, I told you, I love it because the best way I can describe it is it usually feels like everything's coming up Millhouse, like every like, ooh, a penny, you know what I mean? Like it's like that type of energy. But instead, because of the Venus in retrograde, it's like you go outside, it's like everything looks awful, because the perception of the self in with the Venus retrograde, it's like it's not and it's going to be the same for it's going to be really hard right now for Pisces placements, because Pisces placements, and if they got Pisces placements, you're going through abandonment wounds because everybody's leaving your party, right? It's like, like Pisces was having a party, there was all this energy there, and now all the planets now all the planets are moving into Aries house, and Pisces are like, where's everybody going? Yes, I've been asked for emotional weekly check-ins. But you see, that's beautiful, right? Like that's important. I like the fact that you're putting like, and I'll tell you right now, this type of energy right now, beautiful for resolution, beautiful for setting like the setting of intentions, right? It's beautiful. Like this is the type of energy we would typically expect in January, right? And that's why I keep on saying, like, the best way to describe this is like the best way to handle this type of energy is like when everything's a mess, like the Pisces new moon, everything's a mess. I'm going to join a convent, right? It's building in the resolution, right? It's building in that path work that allows us to set the practices moving forward that help us navigate the expansion of the mess. We are going to be so ascended. We're about to get started on the collective read, which will be a group reading. And then we'll move into personal readings. And the list for personal readings is open. The first person on the list will always have an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Um, yeah, I mean, I need to point this out. I always like to, I'm not a big fan of using the term narcissistic because, and the only reason I'm conscientious about this here, Angela, is I feel like that term has started to be too expansive in terms of like just working in the context. I feel like it's not necessarily in a space now where it can help us understand, right? And I think that a lot of that ability, and I understand what you mean, because sometimes when we're in that space of feeling like we need to like serve a cause outside the self, um, it does kind of generate that feeling. But I mean, I'm only because I can see some of the energy there. It feels protective, but sometimes understand. I feel like what they're dealing with is understanding that protective is only protective as it relates to another person feeling that something is protective, right? Not being protective of others, right? I'm almost picking something up in that energy, like that's based upon that. I've got a lot of compassion for what I'm seeing there. Won't be able to deal with it though through May. He already cannot communicate. Ugh, and now I'm sending you so much support, friend. Hope, and I need to point out, like, we should never be in a space that we're being mean to one another, right? If we're feeling mean, we should usually be able to articulate it. So just make sure that you're moving in that space of setting healthy standards, right? And if someone's coming towards you like that, like not matching them, just telling them how you feel is going to help. Because I keep on telling you, like, and that's why I kept on saying it's really important right now to feel like you have that space of anchor, because finding that anchor point, finding the thing that makes you feel secure, is effectively the difference between what feels like, I keep on seeing what feels restorative versus feeling like the energy right now, that just kind of the energy feels like it's demanding on trying to come harder down on ourselves or coming down hard on others, right? Yeah, Pisces 11th house and Aries moon. Hi there, E36. If I sign up now for a solo, can I be read? Ascended. Well, here's the thing, dear. I only read if you're here. So if you get on the list and you're not here, I will put you on the hold list so you can always come back for a reading. And I'm pretty much on every day. So yeah, I definitely think, but I feel confident that we won't start personals until 1 p.m. So if you'd like to get on the list, we can definitely navigate that request. Oh, I do have you on the list, Crystal. Thank you. Correction, you'll be the second person read for today. You're so welcome, Angela. Yes, we've been together for 20 years and working on this for 4 years. Well, congratulations on moving in the space of putting that work in now. I know it's not easy, and sending you guys so much support in that journey. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Wheel of Fortune card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Justice card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we have studied in the classes thus far. but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far. And you will also have access to a mentorship class wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. So I want to thank you if you're already joining us there, and I look forward to seeing you at our next class. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information. And speaking of, I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal growth goals and spiritual journey. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series. Weekly, or as a monthly series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings now. You can purchase them per dream or as a package. I simply ask, if you purchase a dream journal, a dream package, that you make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and meanings coming through the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. As I mentioned, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. But welcome to everybody joining us today. If you're hovering in the FYP, come on in. The water's fine. Welcome, Kay Megan. Thank you so much for your help today, guys. Please welcome our moderator, Kay Megan, in for today. Beautiful day to you as well, Crystal Hetty. Hi there, Strega. It is a lovely day. And thank you, Cauldron, for that follow. All right. Oh, you asked for the weekly emotional check-ins. I think that's a great way to navigate that situation, Angela. All right. And you're so welcome, dear. As I mentioned, popping in and out, no worries, dear. As I mentioned, we are going to get started. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. No worries, Per. Take your time, okay? And you know I'll never read for you unless you're here. If you're not here and you're on the list, you'll just get put on the hold list. All right. Oh, I'm happy to do a dream interpretation. I love doing dream interpretations, as you know. All right, Grand Rising Joy. All right, and for those who are interested in the types of readings I provide here, we do mediumship here. We do past life readings. We do dream interpretation readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do love readings. The only things we don't read are pregnancy and medical. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 10th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are our Ace of Pentacles in combination with our Fool card in its reversal. I am going to reiterate, if you recall, a couple of weeks ago, when before we came into March, right? What was the overarching message that was coming through? right? What was the overarching message that was coming through during that brief little window, that teeny tiny little window that we experienced where we didn't have a planet in retrograde, that blessed week, if you will? How important and valuable it is going to be right now to have an anchor, right? Working in that space of building into the anchor of the self, recognizing and identifying the space or place that helps ground oneself right now. It's not easy, right? There's a lot, and the reason that we needed some of that, why was the message coming through about being able to find a personal anchor? And we talk a lot about this here about the gift of meditation. What is the gift of meditation? It's supposed to anchor us. Meditation is effectively anything that helps us return to center, right? In whatever form. I was like, the guys were like, in whatever form you find that, in whatever form you're able to find your anchor. If that means you sit in peace, if it's sitting in peace for 15 minutes helps you find your anchor, sure. If running around in a circle helps you find your anchor, sure. If singing at the top of your lungs helps you find your anchor, sure. Whatever you got, okay? Like it doesn't, whatever it is, okay? Spirit is not discriminate about what it feels like, about how you anchor it, right? It's about finding the anchor. It's about finding your center, okay? It's not about how you do it. It's about doing it, right? And because a lot of this energy here, right? It's not easy, right? It feels like I keep on getting it's like the drift, the drift. It's like don't let it drift, don't let it drift, right? And it's like because and this is often what happens when we and I need to point this out. This is often what happens when we feel triggered, right? Like when we feel triggered, when someone's coming towards us in a way that they're just navigating from their space of ego, it'll creates that space that makes us feel like we're drifting off of our center. And that's why it's very important to be able to ground and to focus upon one's center. Because again, when we have amplification energy such as this, right? Because I'm telling you, it's rocky right now. Okay, we've got the Venus in retrograde. Okay, I'm just going to give you guys a brief overview of what we're feeling because the best I like to describe it right now. This is Phantom of the Opera energy. Okay, it's like dun 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 dun. Dun. It's okay because we've got a Virgo full moon coming up, right? It's like the Virgo full moon seeks perfection, right? It's like that space that's like, and this is something that Virgos often have to navigate the ability to see the energetic ideal in here, right? It's so close you can almost taste it, right? And but that's that moment, right? And this is why we've been talking a lot about this and we were actually talking about this right before we started the podcast, right? What often is the work, and this is why we're all working through Virgo lessons right now. What is often important in recognizing the work of a Virgo lesson? Often Virgos come into this world seeking perfection. They're looking all around for it. They've got their binoculars out. They're looking all over the place for where perfect is. And what do we often see that the Virgo that moves through in their own energetic lessons understands? Perfect doesn't exist. Perfect does not exist. Perfect is not a location. Perfect is not something that you can find on a map because perfect is a cardinal direction, right? It's the longing, right? It's the perfection is the longing for something that doesn't exist that allows us the space to build it anywhere we find it, right? That idea, that aspect of coming into perfection, understanding the perfect is nowhere on the map. It is the a cardinal direction that we strive for. It is the cardinal direction that we reach for. And for a lot of the Virgo energy, this is why in that space, like working through that context of compassion, when we start to understand that desire for perfection is not found outside the self, but a longing that needs to be regulated and moderated and controlled to facilitate the creation of it. This is where it becomes like the germination energy. It becomes the ability to flourish. It becomes the ability to grow, right? It creates that place of change. But before we learn that work, we're often too hard on ourselves. We get mad at ourselves. We start beating ourselves up because nothing's ever perfect. Nothing is supposed to be perfect. because perfect is a cardinal direction, right? It's like trying to find north. You can't go somewhere and be like, I found north. North. This is where we live. We don't. It's a cardinal direction that we move towards. So a lot of this space, like a lot of this work that we're doing right now, at the same time that we're feeling a lot of that amplification of desiring perfection, what do we have in the midst of it? We've got the Venus retrograde, right? And the Venus retrograde is all about perceptual distortion, right? We talk a lot about this here. The reason that we tell others not to get like beautification things done, it's not because like your hairdresser suddenly forgets how to cut hair during a Venus in retrograde. Your perception on what good looks like is way off. It's okay. It's like it's like the Venus retrograde distorts the perception, right? It's like funhouse mirror or broken mirror. Everything looks worse than it is. So you can see why this energy right now feels like very difficult, because it's working in the context of the Virgo full moon that feels like we're getting during an eclipse. It feels like it amplifies the desire for perfection in the midst of experiencing a Venus full moon that makes everything look ugly. The self, others, everything's about distortion. And this is why we were talking about the fact that it's really important right now to make sure that you're able to anchor and ground yourself as it relates to being able to know oneself, right? Because when we know oneself, I need to point this out, when we know oneself, we don't need a mirror, right? Like when we know oneself, we don't need a mirror. We understand and we see like where that is within us. But it's a lot of this, it's a lot of this type of energy right now. And it is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. Now, let me get the third card here and we'll break down what's happening across the frequencies. Ace of Cups and its reversal. So we've got a lot, look at this. We've got a lot of this ace energy right now. Okay. And so everything here, and I got to tell you right now, we've got the Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. It's all about finding a point of balance, right? And if you're already starting to feel like this, if you're starting to feel like you're getting really hard on yourself, if you really feel like others are getting hard on you, right? If you feel like you're starting to experience that, come back to center. Remember and focus on the things that ground us, right? Because, and we talked a lot about this, when we feel an influx of emotions, it distorts our perception, right? And that doesn't mean, and I need to stress this, the emotions are important, right? The emotions ask for things. The emotions that we feel tell us who we are and what's important to us. But when we feel triggered, right? When we feel triggered, we come into the context of just wanting to lash our emotions out, right? The same force that allows us to build bridges, right, is the same exact energetic force that creates turmoil. How is that occurring? Because when we just feel the emotions, when we're truly honoring the emotions, we don't just tell others how we feel. We introspect on how we feel to understand what the emotions are asking for. Emotions are like children, right? Emotions don't necessarily know what is best. They just know what they just feel things. So when we're moving in the context of the higher self, and we talk a lot about this here, and this is what we talk about the misunderstanding of stoicism. Stoicism is not saying, look at me, I've healed, I don't feel anything. Like, here, no, go ahead, hit it. Yeah, can't feel a thing. Nice and healed. There's no context within that occurs. Working through the concept of stoicism is understanding that there's never are we more strong than we feel when we feel all of our feelings. But we don't allow the feelings to cloud our judgment, to cloud our clarity of what is occurring, right? So there's a lot of this work that I see even here. And the thing about it, we have to talk about this. Every lunar cycle that we experience requires us to navigate an emotional indulgence point, something that isn't in our best interest, that it's far too easy to fall into as we experience it, right? And the thing about it, and I got to tell you right now, there's a little bit of this energy that we're experiencing that has to do, and I'm telling you, it is because of the conflict between the Venus retrograde cycle and the Virgo full moon in feeling energetically righteous, right? And let's talk about that, right? Because when we're in a space, right? When we're in the space that we are trying to navigate that point, right? And feeling a lot of that weight, um, it requires us to be and I need to point this out. The difference between feels good and is good, we've talked a lot about this here, is when the higher self and the ego say, on this we can agree, right? It's being able to look at things with a level or proportion of clarity. It's being able to understand the difference between speaking towards an expansion of feeling versus speaking towards something that is moving in a direction. And that's why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, right? I see a lot of energy in separation kind of really going through it because it says to me like this feels like a taffy pull situation. I see a lot of energy potentially in separation. It feels like they're being pulled in two different directions because, again, and it can sometimes feel like that because I keep on getting three different modalities wherein I'm recognizing the energy in separation is right now as we navigate a lot of planets moving out of Pisces into Aries, right? Which is understanding and determining the difference between a surplus and progress, right? What is a surplus? A surplus is having a lot of something, right? Doesn't necessarily articulate a direction. That's a lot of the Piscean energy, right? Wanting to kind of connect the dots, wanting to just kind of dwell in the space of understanding all of the interconnectedness of things. Nothing wrong with that. But, and a lot of the work that we see that Pisces often have to come here to understand is having it like this is the work that the Pisces often has to recognize. The emotionality, being able to feel the connectedness of everything needs to be put on a pathwork of determination. That's why often we see that Pisces moves into Aries, right? Because Aries is all about that force of movement, right? So I can see even now there may be a lot of arguments that are occurring, right? Potentially even conflicts in separation where one person is approaching another and saying that they have an enormity of something. And another person is saying, I wasn't looking to you to describe the enormity of what you feel for me. I was looking to understand where it's going, right? Like the difference between saying that one has a lot of something and the difference between that and directions. So I can see even now it may be feeling like someone is about like having those moments of frustration where it feels like you're having two different conversations where one person wants to just talk about the enormity of something and the other person says it doesn't matter how much of something there is. It needs to be understand if we're on the same page, if it's going in the same direction, right? So there can be a lot of frustration there as someone feels like they're having those moments of feeling like the sigh of frustration that it feels like someone is not understanding what you're trying to communicate. At the same time, I see a lot of alignment that's potentially occurring in the space of, again, those moments when you're going to explain something to someone and they say less. I know exactly what you mean. They kind of run ahead of you. They're like, no, I know exactly. I can fill that next state. You don't need to explain something to me. I already know. And those moments of like like that delight that we sigh and we feel at home because we feel that sense of someone that understands and gets it. This is happening. I see this either on one side of the energy in separation right now or the other. For some energy, going through both of these things at once. The same conversation and one person feeling the limitation of what can't, like what isn't in alignment, while having a simultaneous conversation with someone and feeling that sense of them just, like moving in that direction. So the nice thing about this energy is it is allowing for a lot of karmic clearing as it relates to what feels like it is healed versus what feels like it's not in alignment, right? But it's heavy, it's difficult, it's frustrating, right? It's very stretched out. Now, for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, I keep on seeing that some of the difficulty that's happening for the energy coming into divine union right now is sometimes when we're on a healing journey, We find a wound behind the wound. We find the wound behind the wound. And that's the thing about it. This is why this is a little bit of a moment for some of the energy to deep with coming into divine union. Because I keep on seeing the gift of coming into healing is you find wounds that you didn't realize existed. You find something that you didn't even recognize that you had to heal from. So this is a lot of the energy coming into the space of appreciating how far they've come while also feeling like, but while also feeling that point of understanding like what that work is going forward. While for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy deep within divine union, um, working through the context of identifying, and I keep on seeing there's a lot of this, and there's a lot of this energy deep within divine union that is very much in the space of fully embodying Aries energy. And why do I see a lot of the energy right now like deep within Aries energy is, and is also feeling very Virgo. It's feeling very Aries Virgo, because this is the energy that says feelings have nothing to do with it, right? And that's why sometimes when we're doing things that are difficult, we know they're difficult because I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that says that in the space of effectively identifying and working in the context of one's own resolution, and that's why we sometimes have those moments where another person is coming towards us from a place of only talking towards the emotions, right? I keep on seeing there's a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union that is building into the context of, I want to describe it as what logic dictates. And so a lot of that work, it's like, and that's why I keep on hearing, that's why it's Aries Virgo, because like I keep on seeing the energy deep within divine union that says like, you know, like this is the energy that's like setting their compass to what logic dictates. And so I keep on seeing that the energy, like when you're trying to work in that concept, that space of what logic dictates, and another's coming towards you more from a place of emotionality, it's like you sometimes feel that same weight of force that says, and again, I need to point this out. We were talking about this. And I'll just point this, I'm going to explain this here because this was very important, came through the other day. Emotions, we are not responsible for the emotions that we create in others, right? We are not responsible. And that's a gift because we basically say that if you feel something about me, if I trigger you, if you just feel something, I can't go in there and change that. This is why we say it's important to introspect on the emotions. However, there is one emotion. There is one emotion by which we are responsible for. The one emotion, and you'll point out, like all of the lessons that we work through always have that curvature of something that is important because it builds into the next lesson. The one thing that is most important to understand is the one responsibility vector that we have to each other as it relates to the emotions that we create in each other is confusion. Confusion. Because we've talked about here how confusion is how trauma occurs, right? Trauma is pain that does not have clarity. So when we create confusion in another, it is our responsibility to offer clarity to that confusion because that is something within our capacity to take from another, right? So we are not responsible for any emotions that we create in another beyond confusion because the clarity that we can provide to another is the panacea by which they can heal. So I keep on seeing that this is the energy deep within divine union that's very much in that space, which says, the emotions do not have anything to like that's the energy that's being very logical in the space of their emotions, or potentially putting that same force towards the things that they're working towards. Now, fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread for today. We've got 3 more cards out. We've got our 7 of Cups in its upright in combination with our Queen of Swords in its reversal and our 6 of Cups in its upright. So I got to tell you right now, there have been so many sword cards, right? We've got so many sword cards that have been coming up recently. And what's really fascinating about that, I need to point out, like, I can remember like months we didn't see any Queen of Swords or anything like that. Now it's like we had 2 days ago where like the entire sword family was out, right? So there's a lot of this, it's a lot, and I keep on seeing here that there's a lot of that space as it relates to working in the context of clarity, right? And what I appreciate about what I'm seeing here is I see that for a lot of the energy right now, and I need to point this out, this is why it feels like Virgo lessons, right? Because for a lot of the, and this is all coming up towards that Virgo full moon, for a lot of the energy that we're recognizing and identifying here, a lot of this weight is basically saying, like, again, the force of compassion that we provide to one another is built upon and based upon the clarity that we, like, I keep on seeing a lot of this energy saying, I find clarity in myself because the clarity that I find within myself is the gift to those around me, right? Like, that is the energy that, again, and I like this because it says to me, this is why there's so much of this energy deep within divine union that's working in that context of recognizing and understanding the easement point, because this is the energy that, again, works on being self-aware, works on understanding the self, but this is the gift that they find within themselves and then they give back to those around me, because this is the energy that I'm effectively seeing that says to oneself as they're doing this work, that the more that we're able to have clarity as it relates to how we see ourselves, that is the gift that we're able to extend to those outside of the self, right? Helping others with that same sense of clarity. So that's why I see, like, a lot of that energy here. It feels like a breath of fresh air, right? It feels like those conversations that feel remarkably easy, built upon the context of understanding and recognizing how easy it can be only when we set ourselves on the hard task of understanding the self to allow for easement. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that's happening right here for a lot of energy that's coming into alignment or coming into divine union. Because this is the energy that goes, wow, I'm in such a healthy, and this is the thing about it. What's beautiful is when we're in a context of a relationship that we're not constantly perseverating over, that we're not constantly worrying about, it creates a space where our emotional and spiritual hands are free, right? When we're not constantly working and trying to have to fix a relationship, it allows us to start to work in the context of fixing ourselves. And it's in those moments or those modalities that we start to heal ourselves, that we sometimes find things that we didn't even recognize that we had to heal within. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy there, working in that fashion, understanding that this is like, I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says, I care about you, I love you, because through you, I am able to see things that I need to work on that I could not even see before, right? So there's a lot of that energy here. And this is why we saw that it's very difficult, because some of this energy is going through the pain of carrying, I keep on hearing, carrying an energetic apology, right? Carrying the apology that they would desire to receive or the apology that they would like to give. But this is why it's all heart chakra work, because this is not the energy running around trying to give out apologies, trying to wave their healing in another person's face. This is the energy that says, I don't need I don't need others to celebrate the process of me coming into a space of healing. I understand that an apology is a plan, right? That when we're moving in that context, when we're truly healed, it's not one that we feel that need to get things off of our chest. Sometimes we hold more things in, right? Because I keep on hearing that this is the energy that's going into true union, that's putting the apology on the sacred altar, right? Understanding that sometimes when we try to give someone an apology or ask for one, we open a wound in the process. And so this is why the energy is using discernment. They're not going around trying to give these things. They're holding them within. And they're saying, should the sublime day arrive that I can extend that forward to another, I will. But I will not go to seek it nor find it, because it is not my intention. While for masculine and feminine energy in separation right now, I've got that exact same situation happening right now. I got some energy that's like in separation, that someone wants to have a conversation with them, be like, yeah, listen, I just want to come over here and tell you how much I've healed. I just want to come over here and tell you how much I've healed. I don't think about you at all. Like that's the energy. Like, this is the energy that's recognizing and understanding the difference between truly working in a space of transformation. I keep on seeing a lot of energy having clarity. I keep on hearing energy having clarity right now in separation as to what feels like it is authentic healing versus someone trying to come towards them in the guise of healing, but is trying to create a wound in the process, right? Because again, what does the energy deep within divine union recognize? We don't need to go like, we don't need to go, I keep on hearing, we don't need to go pontificating upon our healing to others if it's true healing. We keep it within, right? On the sacred altar of the self. So that's why I see even now, if there's energy that's feeling like they're being pulled in oppositional directions, right? This is the energy that keeps on reaffirming to themselves to build clarity and context to what they're experiencing, remembering an apology is a plan. A true apology is a plan. A true apology is not just words, it's actions. And so this is the energy that's either building into the context of building, talking towards another about something they're trying to heal and immediately saying, I've been there. I know exactly what you're discussing. Or potentially working through rough waters with someone that keeps insisting that they want to heal, but they're not talking about how they want to change. They keep on talking about how much they have. They keep on talking about how far they have come. They keep talking about how much they feel, but not what they want to do about it. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Fool card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Three of Swords. Why do we say that the Sacred Heart energy has swords in it? Because again, the Sacred Heart is the heart that heals, is the heart that hurts. The heart that hurts is the heart that works. The heart that works does not just do something because it feels good to get something off their chest. They utilize discernment to understand if in the moment that they get something off their chest, if it's helping another or hurting another, right? It's identifying and articulating upon the discernment of such. That's painful. It's not easy, right? This is why we often talk about the fact that the true spiritual journey is one that can sometimes be very painful because we understand ourselves better. We end up hurting more because we're not projecting that hurt onto others. We're not blaming others for it. We're not overly internalizing. We're not saying that we ourselves are terrible. We understand the difficulty of situations. Our heart breaks as we observe it, but it is not broken. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through that context, I keep on hearing, working through the context of grief and joy, identifying and recognizing it, feeling the weight of it. I keep on seeing like and what's interesting about it is I see some energy in separation who is, I keep on hearing it, feeling like their heart is breaking, but feeling like their heart is breaking for the right reasons, right? Feeling like not saying, why is this happening? And this is how we heal karma. This isn't the energy that says, I don't understand what's happening. This is the energy that looks at something, understands why, and they feel the weight of its significance, right? As they're healing from it in the process, right? So there's a lot of that, again, there's a lot of that clarity that's happening for the Virgo objectivity as it relates to recognizing what can actually be healed versus what is a perceptual impasse. Now, for a lot of the energy, and at the same time, I see new energetic connections forming. And this is why I keep on hearing this is the energy that is grieving together. Why is the energy grieving together? Why is the new, this is why I told you these are Virgo partnerships. They're grieving together because it's in those moments that you articulate about the pain that you experience. Another person says, I've experienced that pain too, right? I keep on hearing they're healing together by understanding the important force of an impossible situation. I keep on hearing a lot of this. This is why the energy coming into partnership right now, they're Virgo partnerships, because they're saying they're carrying the shared weight of having navigated an impossible situation. And what is an impossible situation? It's when you recognize that you have a lot of love for someone, but ultimately you don't want the same things. Ultimately, you don't prioritize the same things. So I keep on feeling that energy and kind of navigating that force like I just keep on seeing them kind of like in that space of like expressing the hurt. And this is the energy that's articulating that pain to each other. But I keep on hearing the energy say they're not fixated on it. They're talking about it, but they're not fixated upon it. Why are they not fixated upon it? Because the word fixate means that you're talking about something in order to try to fix it and understand it. This is the energy that already understands that something cannot be fixed, right? And this is why the energy feels that sense of healing as they move towards one another, because they can tell even in the conversation, articulating situations that are painful, but they're not trying to understand better. They're trying to actively heal from. While for a lot of this energy deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy deep within divine union right now, I keep on hearing the energy say feelings have nothing to do with it, right? There's a lot of that objectivity here. There's a lot of that sense I keep on seeing of orientation as it relates to the energy navigating spaces or places and articulating the ability to separate. Like, I keep on seeing separate logic with emotionality, right? Like that ability of doing so. And I need to stress this is why it feels like Aries Virgo, because when you come into a space of objectivity, you're always able to explain the emotions. So that's why I see that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that's feeling very analytical in relationality to their emotions, because they understand and recognize that when we feel a lot of emotions, we have to be very conscientious in understanding the reasons why. So that's why I keep on seeing this is very this is very like I'm getting it's like cold mountain energy. You know what I mean? It's like working in that context of just being able to understand something with clarity, continuing to get clarification between like the Fool card in its reversal and the Ace of Cups in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Four of Pentacles in its reversal. Um, so as I mentioned, there's a lot of this. I just keep on seeing there's a lot of this and this is the thing about it. I'm going to remind you, and this is why I said it's really 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 important right now to make sure that you're able to to find that healthy anchor, right? Because often, and I need to point this out, when someone comes towards us just from a place of emotion, but they can't explain it. We've talked about this, that this is where trauma lives, right? When someone comes towards us with like the full breadth of their emotion, but we don't understand the context or the reason why, we often get traumatized because it feels like it lacks sense. And that's why when we're able to navigate something that lacks sense, but find this the anchoring stability in the self to understand and recognize that and not feel like one's pulled into a, and this is what we sometimes recognize, like when trauma comes at us and we like try to match it or project it, this is why we just become a part of it, right? Because and I need to point this out, reason cannot heal trauma, but reason can stand against it, right? Reason can stand straight and tall in the face of something that is energetically illogical. Because when we understand our own internal logic and another comes towards us in a space that they're being illogical, henceforth they're projecting their trauma onto us, we just don't we just we're not affected by it. We're not we just see clearly through it, you know? It's like a strong wind, but you don't let yourself get pulled in the direction of it. And so I feel like a lot of the gift that's happening right now, and this is the thing about it, a lot of the gift that we're experiencing, particularly with Aries and Virgo, is being able to recognize, I keep on seeing the difference between passion and trauma, right? Because here's the thing about it, passion, if one feels passionate about something, one can talk about it. One can explain it. One can walk someone through with dedicated clarity why something is so important and fundamental to another. But When another person is coming towards us from a place of trauma, it often feels like it's trauma dumping because instead of giving reasons, they're just talking about all the things that happened to them, right? It's not necessarily, it's not so much the logic of understanding why something is important so much as just hearing someone's story. Right, like I keep on getting, like, it's not enough to hear a story, it's understanding the lessons. We've talked about this, right? And in those moments that we hear someone, like, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that understands that sometimes when we haven't explored our own stories, our stories become our own form of protection, right? Like the ability of saying, like I keep on hearing, we don't use the past as a shield. The past isn't a security blanket to prevent us from doing the work in the present, right? That's why we do a lot of understanding and understanding the meaning of our stories, right? When we're on healthy journey work, we are not defined by what happened to us. We understand who we became in spite of what occurred, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that's working through the context of, I told you, I keep on seeing someone trying to energetically free their hands of responsibility, right? Trying to heal something and at the same time trying to free their hands of responsibility and doing anything, right? And I keep on seeing energy say that's not how you heal something. You heal something by picking up a tool, by understanding where the work begins, right? And so that's why I feel like, and this is how Aries and Virgo are kind of working in partnership, because that's why Aries and Virgo, I like to point out Aries and Virgo like high five when you hear this. Feelings got nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? If you know what you got to do, you just do what you do. It doesn't really matter how you feel about it, right? Like that's a little bit of the clarity that we're seeing here. But right? When someone's operating in a trauma informed environment, they'll often articulate as to why something happened to avoid energetically doing that work. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that space right now as it relates. And this is the gift, right? This is the gift of some of that work that we experience coming through the Mars retrograde cycle. Because what was the gift of understanding the lessons coming through in the Mars retrograde cycle? A warrior doesn't mean that you just fight everything, right? Warrior, the honorific of warrior is finding the capacity to navigate difficult situations and then to move one's intention in what feels like it is moving in something that feels like it is helpful, right? And that's why warriors are those who, I keep on hearing, warriors are those who have mastered the lessons of surrender, because surrender does not mean giving up. Surrender means recognizing that the spaces that we sometimes insist upon blind us, right? It's understanding where our force feels like it is valuable versus where it feels like we're pushing against something that is oppositional towards us, right? It's a lot of that sense of understanding of the self. And I need to point out, like one of the things they keep on saying, this is like a lot of those Aries messages coming through. A warrior can always articulate their logic. A warrior does not conduct themselves from the space of their passion. They parse through their passion to understand what feels like it is intentional, right? Because a lot of that work is understanding that the emotions want to be passionate, but again, the emotions don't carry the directions, right? This is what we talk about. Stoicism is not the abandonment of the emotions. Stoicism is like, I keep on getting, stoicism is like the chariot by which we set our intention and then we allow our emotions to guide us in the direction of it, right? So when you think about it, like you have to think about it like that. Like, when you're in that space, often when you see a chariot, it looks like the horses are guiding it, but they're not. It is the intention of the person behind the emotions that moves them forward. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work. It's interesting because they're saying with the combination of Aries and Virgo, it feels very much like chariot energy, right? It's setting the intention and then allowing the emotions to guide it there. And when the emotions start deviating, you let yourself anchor and you remind yourself about where you are going, and then you don't allow the emotions to move you back and forth through something, right? But it's hard because I'm telling you, this energy right now, it's a lot. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with a Four of Wands. It's not easy, right? And the thing about it is I keep on getting, there's something really important that's coming through right now. And I feel like it's going to be very helpful across all of the frequencies, which is understanding. And this is what I keep on seeing is actually happening. That's why it feels like, even though the Chariot card isn't out, this is feeling very, very much like Chariot energy, because they're saying to me that um, remembering the difference between an argument and a conflict. Okay, what is the difference between an argument and a conflict? So an argument is when we want the same things, right? An argument is when you and I want to both go to Albuquerque, right? But I want to go the scenic route and you want to go the other route, right? And now we're going to sit there and we're going to argue, right? We're going to fight it out, right? We're going to sit there and we're going to, but here's the nice thing about an argument. This is usually how you can tell that you're in the space of an argument. There's always a moment in an argument that you can say, on this we can agree. This is what is of value to us, right? We may have different perceptions. We may have different views of where we're trying to go. But at the same time, it is the passion that we feel for something that is allowing us to find the space. Like we're working in confluence to one another to understand the best way of going about it. A conflict are those moments that you're in an argument with someone and you realize that you're talking about completely different things. That the reason you're feeling a push and pull is not because you're working through the nuance of the difference between how to attain something, but that someone wants something completely counter oppositional to what you want. Right? They want something. You want to go. You want to go to Albuquerque. They want to go over here. Right? It's like blah, blah, blah. And you feel that pull. Right? You suddenly recognize. You have those moments that you suddenly say, "I don't think we're on the same page. I don't think we agree upon anything." I think that the premise of what you're talking about, I think about what your ideal is like, whoa, right? So it's in those moments, and this is what we talk about, that we sometimes step away from something because we have that recognition and we say, we're never going to agree upon this. Because, and this is why it's so important, and this is why I can see in some context right now in separation, it feels really painful. I see some energy coming into karmic separation, but in a healthy way, healthy, healing, in the moment that someone has a profound sense of clarity and understanding what they desire, their manifestation goal is profoundly different than someone that they care about. And that's painful, right? That's heartbreaking. That's why we talk about the fact that it says heartbreaking, but not heartbroken. Because in those moments that we understand and recognize a disparity of that nature, it can feel difficult, but it's in that moment that we suddenly understand like what it is like what that force is, like what feels like it's moving in the direction to us, versus it's like the energy that says, I understand what is happening. Right? Like, and that's the thing that I keep on seeing. And that's why I see that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, building into the context of new connections, being able to articulate to another and effectively say to a certain extent, this is why I keep on hearing the energy saying grieving but not fixated, right? This is why these are new energetic connections coming through in Virgo, because this is the energy that says grieving but not fixated, because this is the energy that says I am holding space to understand something better that I'm moving beyond, versus I am fixated on it. I'm trying to understand how to heal it. I'm trying to talk about it to go back to try to fix it. This is the energy that says I understand that we reached an impasse, right? While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, a lot of this energy coming into divine union, I just recognize and identify, is articulating and speaking towards. I keep on seeing the energy that this is, remember what I said? They're holding, I keep on seeing the energy. This is why it's all Chiron lessons. This is the energy that is holding the weight of a wound within. Why is the energy coming into divine union, holding the weight of a wound within? Because there's energy right now that sees something with clarity. And yes, I see the energy saying it would feel very good to get that off my chest. It would feel really good to give that person an apology. It would feel really good to demand an apology. But this is the energy that says sometimes this is why they're utilizing they're utilizing discernment, because this is the energy that says sometimes when we get something off of our chest, if it isn't coming towards another with the intention, if we're well intentioned, right? Sometimes we open a wound in the process, right? So there's a lot of this energy. That's why I keep on hearing this is the energy that's moving into true union, and they're not running off trying to tell another, I need to tell you I'm so happy right now. Like, this is not the energy that does that. This is the energy that holds that within and puts it on the sacred altar of the self. And that's why there's a lot of karmic dreams that might be happening right now, right? Because there's a lot of energy. I can hear them saying, I wish there was a way I could tell that person without potentially hurting them further. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Cups in its upright, our Six of Cups in its upright, and our Queen of Swords in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Swords in its reversal. So a lot of this, like, I got to tell you right now, it's like, and I have to say, the reason that you're feeling like this, I'm going to just say it, it's freaky energy. Why is it freaky energy? Because again, we've got these two things right now are like counter oppositional to each other. The Virgo full moon energy and the eclipse cycle wants everything to be perfect. The Venus retrograde makes everything look worse than it is. Now kiss, right? Like, we got those two energies. We got the energy that wants everything to be perfect, right? Everything's like, everything to be perfect. And then we've got the energy that's like sees everything far worse than they are. And now they got like, it's like they're together. It's me. It's not great. So, and that's why I keep on saying, if you're feeling that intensity, remember, start with the compassion of the self. Find your energetic anchor. Let your intentions guide you. Remember, you are not a mess. You are a work in progress. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Swords in combination with our Four of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our Seven of Pentacles in its upright. Patience. We got to talk about patience for a minute. Because the other difficulty that we're also experiencing right now is the fact that patience has never been at an all-time low. Because I just need to walk you through this right now. We've got Uranus and Taurus. And the thing with Uranus and Taurus is everybody's patience has been worn down to a nub. Everything frustrates us right now. It's itchy tag energy. Uranus and Taurus is like that tag that you just can't reach, and you're like trying to reach it, and you're just like getting really frustrated in the process. And now we've got all of this energy moving up into Aries. There's too many planets in Aries. It's too crowded. It's too crowded. It feels too crowded. It feels claustrophobic, right? So now everyone's feeling like a lot of that frustration. So we've got an Aries, and I got to tell you right now, the thing with Aries energy is that Aries energy, like one of the difficulties of Aries energy is when Aries shows up, everybody's got patience. And Aries is like, what do you guys got there? Patience. And Aries is like, what's that? Never heard of this stuff. Like all the patience that Aries signs have to find, they have to weave it out of nothing. Like Aries learn how to create patience where patience does not exist. So for a lot of this space, I keep on hearing there's a lot of work that's happening in understanding that patience is a gift because it is a limited resource. It's a limited resource. And that's why we talked a lot about this. We keep on hearing there's a lot of conversation that's happening right now about the sacred breath of healthy union. And what is the sacred breath of healthy union? The sacred breath of healthy union. It's not the fact that we don't enter relationship and we're not annoyed by the counterparts. That never stops. But the sign of a healthy union is that our patience is always met by progress, right? The desire requested is met by the energy that's given back. It is the respirating breath. And what's beautiful is that when patience is met with progress, patience becomes infinite. Patience becomes infinite. in the exhalation of patience that is met with progress, it becomes the sacred breath. However, and this is why I keep on seeing that there's something that may be happening for some energy and separation right now that feels like it is the closing of a cycle. If there is something that we ask for from another over and 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 over again, and it's only in the moment that our patience expires, only in the moment that we run out of breath, that we walk away, that another delivers us the thing that we are asking for, that no longer becomes something that feels like it breathes life into us. It feels like a wound is created in the process. It feels like it feels like a knife, because that's that moment that says you could have given that to me at any moment, but you waited. You made the choice to wait until you saw that I was done waiting. And that's why I keep on seeing a lot of energy that says in that space that doesn't feel like a gift. It feels like I hear the energy saying it doesn't feel like a gift. It feels like the opposite of a gift, right? It feels I keep on hearing someone say like it feels like a backhand, right? It feels like it's not a gift, it feels like a slap, right? Because that's the energy that says you could have you wait like you waited until there was no more patience left to finally bring progress, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, healing from situations like that. This is why I keep on hearing the energy coming into Virgo, and that's why I see like that's why I hear like the energy saying like I can hear the energy saying I knew it was over then, telling someone about the cruelty. I keep on hearing the cruelty of that, giving something to someone only after they walk away. And that was the energy that said it didn't feel like a gift in that moment. It felt like it just clarified everything. And that's why I keep on hearing the energy say they're grieving, but they're not fixated. They're not trying to fix something. They understand the nature and condition of what they experience that requires them to heal. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that a lot of this energy, this is just all heart expansion. This is just all heart expansion. And this is the and I keep on hearing this energy say my heart, and this is why it feels like energy, like this is why it sounds like Virgo, is because it's Aries and Virgo, and it says my heart is a mansion. My heart is a mansion of many rooms, and my ability to hold those apologies within the self. My healing does not require, I keep on hearing the energy say, my healing does not require me to present it before another. My healing happens within, and it's energetically sacred. And I carry that sacredness with me. And should the day arrive that I can extend that apology or ask for it in kind, I will do so. But it will reside within me until that day arrives, right? Because this is the energy that is working on integration and says that it's not necessary. It's already it's the understanding like that. I keep on hearing the wounds become a library, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Pentacles in its reversal and our Four of Wands in its upright. So we've got double four energy today. One card to clarify. Boom! Page of Wands in its upright. I like this. It's like it's like I want to point out. I say I like this, and I have to go because it's like it's navigate. And here's the thing, and I keep on hearing. It's like it feels like reason against unreason, you know. And I keep on and this is it's very important because I think that we got to talk about this because remember we talked about we talked a lot about the fact that trauma is created in the space that we experience something that lacks reason. We also talked about the fact that reason cannot fight a lack of reason. Because when someone's being unreasonable, there is like no amount of reason that you can bring into a situation if someone's premise is if they tell you that they're operating in a space that is illogical, right? Then the only thing more foolish than trying to bring logic into it is like you become more foolish. We talked about this a few days ago. The only thing that is more foolish than navigating from a place that's illogical is is someone with logic trying to fight against illogic with it, because someone literally just told you that the premise of logic that you're bringing to something is not what they utilize. So the only thing more foolish than the fool is the fool that argues with the fool. You understand? Okay. So this is why I keep up, and this is why I see a lot of energy standing in the face of of a lack of logic, right? You can, like, once you see that, it's like you don't have to fight against it. You just observe it. Right? You just observe it. You just observe it. You just stand within it, right? This is what I told you about finding the anchor in the self, right? Because when someone's bringing their trauma to you, or they're trying to project their trauma to you, right? Or they're coming towards you in a space of unreasonableness, it almost feels like you're standing in the middle of a whirlwind, but you don't let yourself get blown away in the process, because you just say to them, you're not making any sense. Like, what you're saying just doesn't make sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, and in that moment that you say that, you don't try to bring sense. Like, when the moment you recognize that someone is not making sense, you don't try to bring them into a space of sense. You do your part. You know what I mean? You try. And if you recognize it feels like it feels like they're receptive to it or not, right? I feel like the energy is going like this much. You know, you give it this much. You give it this much. You give it this much to see if the logic will, like, and this is the thing with Aries, like, you give it this much to see if the logic will catch, and if the logic doesn't catch, you just say, well, that because again, patience is precious stuff, so you give it a little bit of patience, but not infinite patience. Right? So I just keep on seeing, like, and this is beautiful though, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I mean, coming into in separation, like, this is the energy I keep on seeing, and this is, I mean, this is why it feels like I keep on hearing energy and separation saying tragic, because it's a tragedy. They're not saying I'm a tragedy. This is the energy that says I'm moving away from a tragic situation because I had to move away from something that didn't make any sense, right? And that's the energy that I keep on hearing. Tragic, it's tragic because it was traumatizing, right? And so again, there's a lot of that space that, and I keep on seeing that the formation of these new partnerships is the energy that says I recognize the difference between what can be, this is the energy that keeps on saying to each other as they build into new connections. It's not, I keep on hearing, and this is why there's heavy Aries energy. This is energy trying to say to someone, I'm not a quitter, right? Like, that's all that Gemini and Aries energy going, like, please keep in mind, it's not that I'm a quitter. I understand where my effort is appreciated versus what feels like it's unreasonable, right? Like, there's a lot of that work I keep on seeing, and understanding the force of effort. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is why I see it even now. This is why I keep on hearing, they're like, like, I keep on hearing this energy, like, coming into divine union that says when we're healing, we don't parade it around. That's what it's saying. Like, that's what the energy is saying right now. When we're truly healing, we don't need to parade around our healing to everybody, right? Like, when we're truly healing, we work on that context of within. And that's why I keep on hearing the energy that says, I'd love to have that conversation, but I don't need it for my healing journey, because I recognize and I identify the difference between something I need that would feel good for me versus how it might feel for them. A lot of energy working on Venus in Aries and Chiron. Love hurts. And that's why love hurts, because it's understanding the difference between the love we want to give versus how another might receive that love, right? While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, this is how I see the energetic impact that is occurring between the energy right now. And it is having a different impact on masculine and feminine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For masculine, I keep on seeing the masculine being in that space of being gregarious, right? Being able to articulate their feelings, being able to share that, being able to kind of like, I keep seeing, effectively spread their wings to a certain extent. Feminine, I keep on seeing, I see a lot of energy of feminine right now, deep within divine union, feeling like they're going into their villain era because the feminine energy is saying, I don't care if you don't like me. Like this energy's going, this is the energy but this is why feminine energy healing their heart chakra, right? Is feminine saying, I don't care if you don't like me, because this is the feminine that says, I like me, right? And that's the thing. When we like ourselves, we don't really care so much if other people don't like us, because it's not about whether they like us or not. It's whether we like us. Like this is the energy. Feminine's like, it doesn't matter if other people don't like us. I like me. Like, and that's that space that like, this is the energy of the feminine goes, if that makes me a villain, so be it. Right? Like, this is the energy saying, I don't feel like I need to be in that space to please others. I please the self first, and me being pleased in the self is how I can please those around me, right? Continuing to get clarification between our 4 of wands in its upright and our 2 of swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the 6 of swords. So I see that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, a lot of inner child healing that's happening. You know, a lot of inner child healing that's happening right now. Like, look at this. Masculine is deep in that inner child energy, but there's a lot of this masculine inner child energy that's navigating in the space of embracing the wonder of that journey, navigating the space of feeling their own authenticity, being able to be in the context of identifying and recognizing and feeling. I keep on seeing the desire of healing the ego to such an extent that they feel like they can reach out and connect to others, right? This is the masculine that says, my emotions are not separate from the experience of being a masculine. I embody the masculine energy when I embrace my emotions. And I say to others, because I can feel my feelings and not react to them, you are safe within the wings of my embrace. While for feminine energy, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy right now, this space or this state of recognizing and identifying, this is the feminine that keeps on saying, I am loving myself because I am not cake. Everyone does not deserve a slice of me, right? The ability to recognize and acknowledge, to come into the space of understanding that this is the feminine that says, I don't care so much about whether others don't like me. I care about whether I like myself, right? And this is both of these energies. See, doing that work of healing the heart space. But for feminine, it's coming in, it's coming closer to the self. For masculine, it's coming closer to others. Continuing to get clarification between our 7 of Pentacles in combination with our Page of Wands. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Strength card in its reversal. Right? This is a lot of, I got to tell you, it's a lot of the work in Virgo, and it's a culmination of a lot of that force that we saw coming out of the Mars retrograde. Right? What is strength? So much as being able to move with confidence in the direction that you fear, right? What is the difference between confidence and courage? When we have confidence, we don't require courage, right? This is why it's important for us to move away from righteousness, because often there are those who confuse confidence with courage, right? Feeling confident in something is when you feel secure in something, right? And this is why we always have to be we have to be conscientious. We always have to be conscientious when we feel very secure in something, because sometimes when we feel very secure in something, we're not navigating the space of understanding what it takes to do that shadow work that we spoke about, right? Not avoiding something that is difficult, but finding the courage within to face the things that we fear, to look fear in the face and say, who are you? What are you really trying to say to me? Right? Because our fears help us understand ourselves. And by exploring them, right? Not by shying away from them, by digging deeper into them, we get to the source of where the fear comes from. And typically, when we have fear, we find that it exists in two different spaces. It either exists in the space of saying there's something really fundamental and important that the fear is trying to protect, or there's something about the self that the fear is trying to protect me from. And that is why we do our shadow work, because it's not just about responding to fear. It is looking at the fear to understand if the fear is coming from a healthy place, from the place that it's actually trying to protect us from something that is harmful to us, or if the fear is trying to protect us from a part of ourselves that we are trying to avoid. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Wands in combination to our Seven of Swords in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? The Sun card in its reversal. It's not easy, right? Doesn't feel good. Being on a healthy spiritual path work should not make you feel validated. It should not make you feel better than everybody else. It should not make you feel vindicated. It's not something that you parade to others and say, I can't wait to tell you all about how great I am now. I can't wait to tell you. Oh my God, I just found something. I can't wait to share it to you. No, that is all projection. The healthy healing that we carry is one that exists within us. And we utilize discernment to understand that what is good for us might not feel like that to another, right? When we're truly on the space that we feel good in ourselves, we don't need that external validation, right? We don't need to seek it in others. In fact, we sometimes are very discerning as it relates to how we've experienced something versus how another might receive it, right? So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working in that space. That's why I keep on seeing, like, and this is having a different impact across all of the frequencies. For a lot of the energy in separation, a lot of that work, I keep on hearing the energy that's meeting under the, I keep on hearing this is a lot of new connections that are here meeting under the auspice of having to make a terribly hard decision, right? A lot of energy that is meeting under the auspice of having to make a very hard decision. And that decision is the difference between whether the feelings that they felt for another were not about whether they were shared, but whether they decided that they were moving in the same direction, right? And that's why I keep on hearing this energy that's grieving together, because this is the energy that says and recognizes the full weight of those moments and says, rest assured, I did not move away from something because it became hard. It's because it was impossible, right? And rest assured, this is the energy that says, I'm talking about it, not because I'm fixated upon it, but because I'm recovering from it. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, this is the energy that I keep on hearing. I don't need to express an apology to another. I don't need to get something off of my chest. My healing is my own. Let my life serve as my apology. And should the sublime day ever arrive that I can extend it to another, I will do so. But I'm navigating the discernment of saying that when I heal, when I tell another of my healing, when I get something off my chest that might feel good for me, it might not feel good for them. I might open a wound in the process. Well, for a lot of this energy deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I keep on hearing the energy say feelings have nothing to do with it, right? I have a lot of this energy that's saying feelings have nothing to do with it. The way I feel, and this is, I keep on seeing that the thing about Aries energy and with all this Aries energy and a lot of Virgo energy, and this is why Virgo and Aries like high five each other, because when Aries says feelings has nothing to do with it, Virgo's like right up here, up here, like they high five each other. Because in the context of understanding that the feelings don't hold directions, feelings want things, they're demanding, right? And the ability to parse out the feelings, to understand what the feelings are asking for. I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says to one another, it's not that we need to agree, right? It's not that we always have to be in lockstep, but we understand what is fundamental and important, and in that way we move in alignment to each other. There's a lot of this energy that I keep on seeing works in the context of understanding the self, because the energy deep within divine union says the better that I can do in understanding the emotions and articulating them to another, the better. That is the gift of clarity that starts with me, and then I extend in the simplicity of those around me. because they know that I'm not bringing confusion to things. I'm working on always providing clarity. Final card for today's spread, between our Strength card in its reversal in combination with our Sun card in its reversal. High Priestess energy, and it's upright. This is a lot of that Virgo full moon energy. So again, working in that space, coming into that space of being energetically logical, right? It's not easy. This is often why those with heavy Aries Virgo placements are often characterized as being very cold, right? But it's not, you have to understand the gift, like Virgo energy operates in that space of being very logical, because it's not, it's understanding. And I need to point this out, it's understanding that I like to point out, the way I describe Virgo energy is everything I do to me, I do everything I do to you, I do to me first, right? Like that space of the Virgo working through that sense of trying to build into perfect. This is often why, and this is what's difficult as we move towards this Virgo full moon, that desire for perfection is so difficult, but sometimes perfection itself is the blockage, right? Because nothing, and this is again, remembering perfection is not a destination, it's a cardinal direction. It is a longing for something that always is unattainable. It's always out of grasp. And that's why when Virgos are in a healthy space, they start to work to moderate their own feeling of desiring something to be perfect. Because when you recognize that that feeling is not a longing for a place, but a longing for, like, it's the thing on the outside, it's always on the cusp of the horizon, right? You start to moderate that, you start to mitigate for that. It becomes the gift that you can give around everything, because then you understand that perfect is always within your grasp, so long as you're ready to roll up your sleeves and make what you find as perfect as it can be, right? And that's why I keep on hearing, like, Aries and Virgo are both saying, and this is why, again, we have to avoid with the indulgence of this energy. The Leo full moon was a bit of a dress rehearsal. Why me? Woe is me, right? Why me and woe is me is the same energy, right? Why me? Over concentration on the self. Your hands aren't free. You're too busy. You're too busy, like you know, feeling that weight, failing to recognize that that change is available to you, right? Woe is me. It's happening to me. It's them. It's them. Very convenient. You're pushing it off to someone else. Your hands are free. You're not doing anything. Nothing is ever ideal. Ideal is what we do with it, right? It's not about finding the perfect place. It's working where you are, making it as perfect as possible, right? And that's that space. Again, it doesn't come into the space of saying I suck or you suck. The situation sucks. What are we going to do? How are we going to roll up our sleeves? What are we going to do to make something better? And that's happening across all the frequencies, because I keep on seeing that the gift that's happening with the combination of this Virgo and Aries energy is looking and really saying what feels like someone just being in a space of articulating what's wrong versus the energy that is actively working on making it right. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with this Three of Pentacles in its and Three of Cups in its reversal, bottom of the deck. I got to say it again. Listen, it's a Venus retrograde. It's a Venus retrograde, and Venus retrograde cycles distort the perception of the self. It distorts your own perception of the self, and it distorts the perception of how others see you. So that's why, again, if you're starting to feel the weight of this, again, know who you are. Find the confidence within, right? Because when we're feeling, like, I got to tell you, when we're navigating some of this, like, fun house mirror, crack mirror energy that sometimes the Venus retrogrades can bring, when you don't need a mirror, when you know yourself, like, you can just kind of move through it. And it starts with compassion for the self as you do so, and compassion for those around us who may be experiencing this in a way that they aren't carrying it as well. So again, don't ask yourself, don't get worried about others' darkness. Just say to yourself, how can I bring something into a space of light? How can I make something better? That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my website, so I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Wheel of Fortune card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing our studies on the Justice card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I will do my best to give you an update on everything that we've studied thus far prior to the class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein, also, apologies. Also, if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Archive. You will also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us on this journey. Also, I want to let you guys know that even if you do not become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information. Speaking about giveaways, I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my clients, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. These classes, I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I also want to let you guys know that I'm now very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase them per dream or as a package. I simply ask if you purchase the package to make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and themes coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Thank you so much. Bridget, you got our highest gifter today. Thank you as well. And Betty, you got our second one, so you'll be the second. You'll also get on the list for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight into anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a moment to take a photo of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, it will be available on my Substack along with the podcast. And I'm just going to take a minute to, all right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, my friends, we're at 21.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. Hi there, Divine. Welcome, Tony. Grand Rising, Shea. How are you doing today? And thank you, Royal, for the follow. Thank you as well for those gifts. How you doing there? Welcome. Thank you for confirmation, Fuzzy. We are going to get started on individual readings now, Ascended. So if you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the fourth person read for. All right. And thank you, Zen, for the follow. Grand Rising, Estevan. Heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. And Grand Rising, Joy. How to ground nature and meditation. If that's what works for you right now, sweet, I think that those are great ways to find your energetic anchor. 1111, Chrissy, tap to claim. Thank you for confirmation, my sweet. Addie, it's so important for people to be clear. It's really that simple. Well, it's not, here's the thing, Addie, it's not, right? It's something that we often have to work on. It's not easy, right? But that's why we put that, like, I always feel like the highest compliment that we give one another is when we say you make it easy, because it's not easy. Understanding the self, it's complicated stuff, right? But the more that we're able to navigate that work, the more that we're able to recognize and walk through those things. That's how we heal. And Megs, I committed to expansion this year and not playing into the cycle of hurt anymore. I'm so proud of you. Tap to claim. And the fact that you're articulating that as you manifest is so important. Good afternoon, Heather. Good to see you. It's the gaslighting and it's normalized. No, I mean, and that's the thing about it. And I need to point out, like, when we come into that space, like, this is, I need to point out often when we articulate about gaslighting is when someone's coming towards us with something that lacks logic or reason, right? And that's the thing. When you're in an area, like, usually you can tell something is traumatizing where you're trying to bring logic to something and it feels like logic isn't fixing it. That's usually a sign that it's not in a space that can be fixed. They repeat their story too. Well, that's the thing about it. Like, we talk a lot about this here too as well, sweet. It's not about not repeating things. Cycles are important. We can't avoid cycles. Everything in existence is of a cyclical nature, but it's identifying and recognizing. And we had like, if you were here for the reading yesterday, like the beautiful cycles that are in our lives, those moments that we look to another and say, I could do this forever, right? Versus those moments or experiences that feel like they're frustrating, that feel like they drain us, that feel like they grind us, right? And so I just keep on seeing there's a lot of work that's happening right now across all the frequencies as to what feels like it is progressive versus what feels like it is, I want to say, corrosive, right? This is so powerful for me to hear right now. I'm so glad that's the case, Mother. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And Diva, it's understanding it's all love, but logically accepting isn't what's best. Is that right? I want to answer your question, Diva. I think I want to understand it better because I'm a little unclear as to what you're asking. What patience? I know there's no patience right now. That's the thing about it, my sweet. There's too many planets in Aries and Uranus is in Taurus. No patience. Like no patience. Thank you. And Amy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. A wound becomes a library. I love that. Thank you, Addie, for being here and receiving these messages. And Lori, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. When you're feeling so invalidated, it's heartbreaking to feel that way. No, I agree. And this is the thing, being able to articulate upon that. But I need to stress this, and this is where we always talk about the catch, right? Because a good spiritual lesson, there's always something that is exceptional about it. So it's not the fact that the feelings are not valuable, right? But it's understanding our emotions are never a burden so long as we're not trying to burden another with them, right? When we give someone our emotions, we come with our own prescription. We tell them how we feel, and then we tell them what they could, like, what can be navigated or adjusted or changed to move us into a better space, right? And then we can, and that creates a space by which we can articulate and expound upon what is productive versus what was intended, right? So there's a lot of that work here. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you, dear. Like the kids' book says, I love myself. Exactly, Addie. Tap to claim. And Heather, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Kia. How are you doing today? Thank you for the help, Bridget. Deeply appreciate you. And congratulations on winning that reading. Thank you for saying this. I've been in my head about my ex moving on. Well, that's okay. Like, listen, right? Like articulating upon that, what working through, and it's painful, right? It's difficult when we see that. But I need to point out too, and this is the only thing, like, I keep on getting that there's something really important about the fact that, when we're in a healthy space, we don't feel like that need to, like it's saying to me, like, there's a lot of that work. And I'm telling you that this has to do with all of that Virgo and retro, like the Venus in retrograde right now, is not letting, like, comparison is the thief of joy, right? Not looking at others' path work, but feeling the space of recognizing the preciousness of one's own path is what's going to help a lot on a lot of this amplification of energy that we're experiencing right now. Thank you, Addie. Don't focus on someone else's darkness. This is a goal. Tap to claim, Addie. Beautifully said. And heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Quick question about the third to last card. Absolutely sweet. Happy to answer it. You kept on going in and out. It was about grieving and divine energy. Are you talking? Are you talking about the? You said third to last card. Are you talking about the strength card and its reversal? Oh, I know. It's yeah, it's there's gonna be glitches right now. Mercury's going into the microwave. Mercury's going into Gatorade. So we're going into the shadow period. So so basically, what we're basically seeing is, I keep on hearing there's a lot of work that we said that we're hearing for a lot of the energy right now in separation or working through it. Heartbreaking, but heart not broken. She has micro braids. I love that, Kia. Heartbreaking, but not broken, right? When we see something, but we understand the nature of it, and we don't put too much weight on ourselves, it feels tragic, right? It feels upsetting. But that space, it's like we can, and this is what we talk about, we can see things that make us sad, but we don't feel the space of our heart being broken in the wake of it, because again, the heart that feels, often we recognize this, we talk a lot about this. I like to describe it like this. There's no context in the world where we often look at someone and say, like, it's great, look, I don't feel anything. Yeah, I fixed it, nothing. Do anything you want to it, can't feel a thing. Healing journeys are not spaces where we stop feeling for things. And there's a bit of a false narrative there that says, like, oh, it's great, I don't feel anything, I've healed. Like, what? Like, what? Are you okay? No, we feel everything. We feel more, right? It's working in the context of stoicism. It's not disassociating from the emotions. It's allowing oneself to feel everything, but not allowing the emotions to cloud the intentions. That's often what we sometimes experience when we say heartbroken, but heartbreaking, but heart not broken, because we can understand why something hurts, but we're not broken in the force of it, you know? I called, yes. Thank you, Bridget. As I mentioned, friends, we are gonna get, and like that, and that's the thing about it. Like, I just keep on seeing there's a little bit of energy right now. I see, like, there's a little bit of this point of, like, cutting things short or trying to get to, like, like, I keep on seeing, like, speeding things up or moving things in a progressive way, because a little bit of this sense is like it's identifying what feels like it's moving in a positive direction versus what it's not. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the fourth person read for. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Okay, excellent. The photo did work out. All right, we're going to get started. The first person on the list for today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Please let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the fourth person read for. Also, my friends, we are at 22.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. Crystal, can you please let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi there. And also, if you're joining us across the other platforms and would like to get on the list is open today. All you need to do is send your donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Regarding the situation with them. Got it. Okay. Can I get 4? Thank you for being the first person on the list for today. You will get an additional card in your reading. All right. Just bear with me a moment. All right. Can I please have, can I get 5 cards, please, for Crystal? Highest priority messages from Spirit in relationality to that connection, please. Oh, you got 6 cards coming out. I'm going to read all of them because that's what we do. Oh my gosh, you had a bunch of extra cards popping out. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you got 7 cards. So there's a lot. I can see there's a lot going on with you in this energy as it relates to what's going on under the surface. And it's difficult because it feels like there's a lot of this here that you have to kind of read between the lines. You know? Like that's the thing that I see. It feels to me, I'm seeing some kind of situation where it feels like someone's words aren't matching their action. You know? Like it's giving me a little bit of energy here. Now, I got to stress, like something that I'm seeing, you know, I see someone, I see some kind of situation or circumstance where I see someone that's working really, really, really hard to navigate some wounds in relationality to people pleasing. You know, there's something here that I see someone is working through. And the thing about it is, how do I describe this best? Um, when I see someone with this level and degree of anxiety as it relates to how others view them, it can be very hard to be in the context of partnership because I keep on seeing someone kind of coming into that space of potentially having some kind of habit of picking their partners apart, right? Like a lot of that, it's like that, and I need to describe this because when I see an energy like this, I'll put it this way: I see someone that is drawn to someone who is nonconformist, right? I see someone that is the thing that attracts them. And I keep on hearing the thing that attracts them will be the thing that just like repels the relationship, right? Like that moment or that modality of seeing someone who stands out, right? Like I see that they have this ability of being captivated by someone that does so. But I need to point out, what is the value and importance of someone who stands out? Is someone who stands out is someone who eschews the norms, right? Someone that doesn't go with the flow. So you can understand the difficulty of someone that works very hard to try to build the context of being appreciated and seen by others, that is then attracted to someone that does not care about what others think about them or what others feel about them. And so here, like I see someone that has a bunch of super confused feelings for you. Because I see the fact that there's something about this, that the whole reason, the whole thing that attracted them to you was the fact that you weren't like anyone else. But because they're so obsessed with the concerns of what other people think, that's the energy that the minute, like the energy is like, wow, look at you. What are you doing? Right? You know what I mean? Like, wow, you're amazing. What are you doing? Right? Because it's that moment of regulating that if you're embodying the force of being compelled or attracted to someone that does not conform, and you are obsessed with fitting in, what happens, like you can't build a healthy connection from that because they haven't recognized that the whole reason that they were compelled and attracted to someone was because you weren't focused or prioritizing on fitting in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's like they have to understand the fact that they're operating in a situation that feels like a catch 22, right? It's like I see this energy that is simultaneously like mesmerized by you, but then when they come too close to you, they start feeling like that anxiety of seeing how you operate or what you do, that they immediately feel like they immediately feel like struck by, you know um it's like it feel like I can see someone, like it's like I can see them like working through this in a way, because like it says to me, like I see this point of like I can see someone, I'm saying like you drive them crazy, but this is why, because like the only way, the only way that something like this can heal is if they stop caring so much about what other people think, you know like it has a lot to do with operating in that context. And one of the things I would say about a connection that I'm seeing in this way, especially if I keep on seeing someone trying to come back to you in some kind of way, is, make sure that they're not coming towards you with conditions, right? I keep on hearing like love is not an ultimatum. The ability to grow, the ability to the ability to truly build forth is not one where blame exists, because you know when we try to blame another for where we are, we refuse to take responsibility for it. And so I would just say, be very mindful in a situation like this to make sure that if someone's coming back to you, it's not becoming a chalkboard erase moment, right? They're not saying, "Have you stopped work? Like, have you stopped? Like, are you ready to stop talking about that?" Like, it feels to me like you're owed an apology on something, And I keep on seeing like and I keep on hearing it's okay. Like, don't if someone said something to you that's hurt you, like it's really important that you get accountability for it, because I keep on seeing like I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say it's just a joke, being like, it's not a joke, right? Like it's not that, it's almost like they're trying to diminish something instead of it taking accountability for it. Like don't I keep on saying, don't let them try to change what happened in a moment to avoid taking accountability for it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and it feels a lot like this space of someone trying to be hard on you for taking something seriously by trying to articulate that they weren't being serious. But I feel like you, I keep on hearing your guide say your memory is pretty clear on that. You remember it clearly, you know? Like don't let them change, what they said by trying to change the mood by which they said it, right? Like that's why I keep on saying, like, you know, an apology is sometimes needed because it's a moment that says that wasn't something that I'll get used to. It's not something, like, it almost feels like something that was requiring you to get used to it and being like, I will never get used to that. And if that's something that you feel is a part and parcel for who you are, like I almost see you saying like it's not okay, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need, and I keep on getting the message like when we're in healthy partnership, we don't do so to try to change the other, right? It doesn't feel like it comes with conditions, right? We build upon the context of appreciating how we change with one another, not saying like this is what you have to do in order to be like in order to be in, like in order to be in union with me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. Hi there, dear. How are you doing today? And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list for today via the tree that has binks in it in my bio. I love that. I love that she has micro braids, Kia. That's cracking me up. Libby, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours, Mr. David. Addie, thank you for sharing the live. No soul rests in ease until their karmic impression based off their creations is accounted for. It's interesting that here's the thing about that though, House, that I want you to understand and recognize. It goes both ways, right? We continue to exist in the gifts that we give others as well, right? There's a way that you can articulate that it doesn't feel like retribution. It feels like a divine gift, right? It's building into that space about what rest is, right? And in the same space, like the only thing about it, I just think it's interesting because you make it sound like a negative, but that can also be a positive, right? Like it has a lot to do with the impression or the gift that we give others in the journey of existing. It's a very interesting way that you put it, though. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Bridget, what is the purpose of my connection with my divine counterpart? Absolutely amazing, amazing question. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards for Bridget, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Also, my friends who are joining us, we are at 23K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We've got 3, you'll be the 3rd person read for today. Can I get 4 cards for Bridget, please, in relationality to the connection with the counterpart? So, the one thing I'm seeing in relationality to this energetic counterpart is they're in very, I just got to tell you, they're in very deep connection to their feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. There is a nurturing quality to this energy that I'm seeing that feels very sublime. It feels very divine. It almost feels very much like I keep on getting the message of like Kuan Yin to a certain extent. Like some kind of connection point to them in some way, shape, or form, which is just there's like this deep connection as it relates to a desire to want to be in service to those around them, right? Um, but the thing that I keep on seeing that is happening here, and this is like what I'm hearing their guides are kind of helping them understand, is um, and I often see this is like sometimes a lot of work that I build into or I recognize with those who are extremely empathetic is understanding that that force of desire, that need to want to give forth, that need to help those around them, it shouldn't come. I keep on hearing it shouldn't come at the detriment of the self in the process, right? I keep on hearing it's like the energy that shouldn't feel they shouldn't feel the need to pay it forward, right? They shouldn't feel the need to kind of come into that context and say, well, I know this person isn't giving me I need, but maybe if I go out of my way and show them, right? Maybe if I go ahead and show them like, how much I can give, they'll be willing to, give back in kind. I almost see these situations that have made them feel, I keep on hearing the energy saying like I didn't do it conditionally, but it didn't feel kind. I keep on hearing, and that's what I keep on hearing. Like I hear the energy saying it was like I didn't like, like they're going, I didn't do it conditionally. I wouldn't be kind in that. Like I didn't expect anything of it, but it didn't feel kind. Like they're working through that context of saying like I don't like the generosity that they give. Um, they just never saw it returned back to them. That's why I keep on hearing them say it didn't feel kind because it almost feels like energy that as soon as something improved, they like I keep on hearing the energy say, yeah, as soon as their situation improved, they turned their back and walked away from them, right? It almost feels like I hear someone say, like, it almost feels like I see someone who's like, I'm everyone's, or I keep hearing them say, like, I'm everyone's urgent care center, right? Like, this is often what happens with those that are incredibly empathetic. You start feeling exhausted because you say to others, like, it's not that I don't want to, it's not that I don't want to be supported, but I also deserve to be cared for, right? I also deserve to be nurtured. And that's why I see the energy that's like working through that context because they kept on feeling like they didn't want to be mean by saying no. But at the same time, I keep on hearing the energy feels some kind of like wound as it relates to, you know, being energetically misled or not being appreciated, right? And I keep on hearing a lot of these wounds are feeling like that sense of not having reciprocity. And I keep on hearing them say, it's not that I ever wanted something back. They keep going, it's not that I ever wanted something back. But I'm like, yeah, like that identification point of reciprocal. Like this is why I keep on hearing like this is an empath problem because empaths often get like this. So like I'm just doing what I expect others to do, but that's why the guides say it starts with you, right? You're not like the guides always say it starts with you, right? You the way it's not that you're selfish, but you have to understand that that ability, that desire of understanding what your worth is, it's not excluding of you. You also are included in that, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that force here or a lot of that weight in relationality to I keep on hearing like they're finally coming to the space where they're healing their inner child by saying I deserve something too, right? And I keep on hearing that energy saying it's not it's not that it's conditional, but I hear like the energy saying my love I keep on hearing the energy saying you're going to help someone learn that love is unconditional, but true love is reciprocal. Love is unconditional, but true love is reciprocal. Because again, the call of love is, I thought you'd do anything for me. And the response of love is, I would never ask you to. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like this is how I feel like you're going to help them heal because I see to a certain extent you've been working on these same lessons. This is something that you've had to do some kind of work upon, is articulating and stating what those standards are. And I keep on hearing you say it's not too much to ask to be cared for. That's I keep on seeing you say it's not selfish. I see you saying like it's not selfish um, to say that you have needs. It's not selfish to say that you also deserve to be cared for. And I feel like there's something about that connection point that feels very supportive because, I keep on hearing you can't fake it, right? It's the difference between going into a relationship and saying, help me, versus the energy that goes into a relationship and says, do you need some help with that? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also, the next person on the list for today is Betty. Betty, you'll be getting an additional card. Thank you so much for those gifts during the reading. Ascended, thank you so much for getting on the list. You will be the second person read for, and if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And Addie, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Libby and Mr. David, your subscriptions are ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, it does. It does feel like self-worth trauma. I think you put it in a very good way. That's a very good way of shortly articulating what I'm reading for here. More of having an expectation of I keep on hearing the energy say like, I keep on hearing them say my love for someone is not conditional. But I keep on hearing them say, my love is not conditional, but that just didn't feel kind. You know? Like that's the thing about it. Yeah, more of having an expectation of respect. Like, and that's the thing, like that's the energy saying, I wouldn't do something differently. But the energy saying, like, sometimes I feel like I keep on hearing them say, I keep on hearing them say, I'm not urgent care. Right. And I feel like they often feel like they've been in circumstances or situations where someone came towards them in their hour of need, and then the relationship ended when like someone got back on their feet, you know? I meant to help them with this. You answered as soon as I asked. Yeah, I've definitely been working on those lessons. I know my worth now. You're so welcome, Bridget. Only thing left is to meet them, tap to claim her. We've definitely lived the same life. I mean, like like they're a giver. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. This is like it's giving me a lot of that like you first kind of energy. Okay, second call for Betty right now. Second call for Betty, and I'm just going to confirm the list right now. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Also, just bear with me a moment, and I will confirm. And also, just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. All right. Perfect. So the next person we're reading for today is, hold on a minute. Forgive me. I just wanted to confirm. Ascended. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me where you sent the payment. I'm just going to confirm that, dear, and we'll get started. You're absolutely, yep. I was in your dream last night. You were avoiding me. Oh no. I hope I didn't do anything difficult. Um, it's interesting. Like the dream space right now has been wild, and you're not the first person to tell me I was in their dreams this week. Um, I will also point out, I also do dream interpretation readings here as well. So if you would like a dream interpretation, you can also do so. Um, so Ascended, can you please confirm the initials that the donation was sent through before we begin? Got you. Oh, wow. That's a deep reading. Happy to do that. Everyone's dreaming about me. I hope yep. Thank you. Okay. So I just want to confirm, Tashina, um, you sent a bit additional. It seems like you sent the amount that would typically, I just wanted to confirm that that was intended, um, because, and if so, it's fine. I just want to make sure, because I'll also be happy to draw additional, thank you. I'll be happy to draw additional cards for you in that context as well. All right. So, and for that, okay, so and because that's a deep reading, we're definitely going to we're going to draw some extra cards on this, because we're doing, um, I'm going to do I'm going to give you a 3-tier reading on this right now. So we're going to do the relationship, the past life connection. So this is all connection to one individual, like understanding past, present, and highest priority with self. Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, just a reminder, if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. Thank you as well for those. Thank you for that. I love that, Bo. Thank you so much, Bridget. Yep, I've got you, dear. Okay. All right. Can I please get 3 tiers, please? I want past, I want present, and highest messages from self about the karmic connection, please. Highest priority messages from spirit, please. Okay. And one more, please, for the higher self. Mm. Okay. Wow, this is a bunch of work, huh? So here's the thing. Okay. I'm just going to say a word for you. I'm going to say a word to you. Okay. And you let me know. You let me know if this word triggers you or not. Okay. Overprotective. Overprotective. Okay. Now here's the thing about it. Like, um, I feel like so here's okay, so so this has been coming up like hotcakes the last couple of days. Um, so you got a witch wound, is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing in some context something that occurred in a past life, you were persecuted, and someone feels a lot of guilt and regret. Like a lot of guilt and regret, because it says to me they stood by and they were too afraid to do something, you know? Like this is some stuff here, you know? I keep on hearing they carried it with them their whole life. Like I just keep on seeing they're like a lot of blame fell on you on something, and they just stood by and didn't didn't like I keep on hearing them say, I just let it happen because I was a coward. They're going, because I was a coward. Like, they're going, I was a coward. I was too afraid. I was too afraid to do anything. Um, and now, and this is heavy. I keep on hearing like they carried that, like this haunted them. Like I keep on hearing you like, and here's the thing I need to point out: they're not saying No, no, I'm not gonna get twisted. They're not saying that you haunted them. It wasn't like you were like, "Woo," like it haunted them. Their guilt, like their guilt on something haunted them, you know? Like it feels a lot like I just see something where someone departed from a situation or circumstance, just feeling like a deep weight of I keep on hearing a deep weight of responsibility on um like effectively like like not being there, like not being there to support or protect or defend you. So, here's the thing about it is, and this is what I mean about some of this like overprotectiveness, because it almost feels to me like someone has the energetic equivalent of feeling like they've got some kind of internal Wookiee life debt towards you. You know what I mean? Like if they they want to like wrap you in bubble wrap. You know what I mean? Like I see someone who's like, if I had my way, I hear them going, if I had my way, I would just wrap them in bubble wrap. Like I would just, and that way, but they can't, right? And so it's feeling to me like, and that's the thing about it is like I see you kind of saying to yourself, I don't need, I almost hear you saying to someone, like, I keep on hearing you shouting to someone, like, don't stop following me. I don't need protection. Like, stop, like, why are you following me? Like, I don't need protection. I'm okay. I can do something myself. And I just see this energy, like, like it feels it feels a lot like someone trying to navigate through a lot of that anxiety. And I can see um and here's the thing about it, and this is why I feel like this is why and this is where the higher self comes in. Okay, because and here's and this is and it does feel like there's something that's happening right now that feels a bit like an overcorrection point, because it's understanding that when we're in the space of truly caring for each other, we heal from the space of feeling that we need to protect one another, right? We are protective of one another, right? We are respectful to one another. But this is like, and this is what's really difficult, because when we are in the space of caring about one another, we don't just feel the weight of what it is we want to give another. We actively listen, right? We actively listen as to what another needs in order to bring it forth within the self, right? And, you know, I feel like there's something about the connection that you have currently with a person where it feels like they're going to like a great length to try to prove something to you, right? To try to like bring forth something to show you how much they feel. And that's why it feels like it's almost unnecessary, because it feels like in those moments it serves the self, right? Like it's like the energy that puts themselves through the paces that no one asked them to do, and then says, "Look what I did for you." And it's in those moments you're like, "I didn't ask you to do that. Why'd you do that? I did it for you. What? I didn't ask you to do that. I asked you to like go to the grocery store and get me some bread. I didn't ask you to like go on an odyssey." You know what I mean? Like it's like that the moments that we articulate that sometimes we go to great lengths to prove something, when all we need to do is actively listen, right? That we don't need to prove ourselves, but instead we come into the space of like, and I keep on hearing, the love that is love is the love that serves, right? And the love that serves doesn't serve the self, right? It doesn't do something that another person is asking for, not asking for, to try to show someone like how we feel. Like we do that for ourselves. We do that because it feels good. The energetic act of love is working in the context of paying attention to counterparts' needs, right? And stepping back from our own needs, right? In the moment or the modality of actually feeling like it's energetically supportive. And so I keep on seeing that there's something really important here because I feel like there is a lot of this carryover that I'm seeing between you and another energy. But and this is the difference between what feels like like I'll put it out like the way I can describe what I'm seeing here best is the energy that says I should have done something, right? That's the past. The present, I'll do anything. That's the present. The higher self that says, how can I help you? Right? Like that is the progress of the chords here. So it's moving out of the space of saying I should have done something, being mad that one was too inactive. I'll do anything, overcorrective, trying to do anything except listen, right? Versus the energy that says, how can I help you? The love that asks the question. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the star card, because especially with the star card and its reversal, you know, it feels like, you know, um, that's what I meant with a lot of this like overprotectiveness, because often, you know, I need to point this out, when we feel the need to be protective of our counterpart, we often have to push back against it, right? Because it's the difference that says, I know what's best for you versus I want what's best for you, right? That sense or that space that they have a little, I feel like it's a little bit of that sense of kind of wanting to, build into that context of feeling like they know more than you, or they feel like you're navigating from a place of naivete, right? The space of the healthy energetic journey is where we honor one another, and we appreciate one another, because we don't we don't we don't try to read between the lines of each other's needs. We just listen to what each other are asking for. So I feel like there's a little bit of this work that's happening, because while I see that someone, it's like it feels like someone who's going to great lengths to try to prove something to you, but in the moment that they're doing that, they're not hearing what you're having to say, right? So I feel like it's very important to remember, and this is what we were seeing a lot in the readings over the last few days, right? You can't heal something by telling one that you have a surplus of it, right? Telling someone that you carry a lot of weight for them as it relates to how you feel doesn't allow for a place of change, right? Having a lot of feelings for someone isn't transformative. The plan is transformative. Recognizing and identifying what you want to build with another is transformative. So I keep on seeing, making sure that you're coming into that context wherein you're actively building upon articulating, you know, not just moving from the space of what it is they desire with you, but actively listening to what it is that you aspire to as well. Like, this is how I keep on hearing, like, this is how the thread is woven, right? It doesn't feel like we have to do it for one another. It doesn't feel like we have to protect each other from it. It's something that we create together. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tashina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things that do not read across these apps. pregnancy, and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Alona. Alona, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Kathy, thank you for getting on the list as well. You'll be read for after Alona. Also, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm also still looking for Betty. Betty, if you're here, let me know. Also, my friends, we reached 25.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. All right. Hold on a minute. Thank you for the tip. Ascended. One person. Thank you for confirmation, dear. And grateful to you as well. Oh, that's amazing. They reminded you of me. That's awesome. I hope it's a good thing. I keep hearing the song Just Around the River Bend from Pocahontas with the DC connection. It's yeah, it feels a little bit like that. It does. It feels a little bit like I know best versus being like, well, like, like it's like okay. I mean, it feels like it no, the first one was way back. Like the first connection, this is like an old connection. And I again, I keep on hearing, I don't know why I keep on hearing things like I just stood back and watched. I didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing something, I keep hearing someone like articulating and saying something like that in some context, being like they didn't deserve that and I just stood back and watched and didn't do a thing. And that's where I see like a lot of that overcorrection. And I feel like this energy being like, I keep on hearing like, boo, boo, boo. Like it's a lot of this, like, I'll protect you and being like, what are you doing? I don't need to be protected. It is an interesting reading. Yeah. Oh, thank you for summarizing the dream and the payment. That'll be helpful. Night hikes with no glasses on dark, icy, spooky cliffs. No, that is not fun. What are you talking about? Don't do that. That sounds incredibly dangerous. What are you doing? No, you're not spamming it all per. It's okay. Thank you for confirmation, Chani. I accidentally gave directions for my reading. I know it's okay. I'm used to Aries energy. It's fine, per. And it's okay. You can give directions in your reading. I mean, whether or not spirit wants to follow them is like, I made the mistake of sharing too much about my, it's okay, Johnny. I mean, we can delve into that. I mean, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I mean, I think the question is like, why? And I got to tell you right now, like, the way you're phrasing something is, it sounds a lot like the work of the Venus in retrograde, right? Because a lot of that work in the Venus in retrograde is like, it's worrying about how others perceive, right? Like again, hold compassion for one's own authenticity. Blessings to you as well, Logan. I'm also an Aries, so I get it. I'll read the directions if I mess up. Tap to claim, Bridget. What was the quote? The love that is love. The love that is love is active listening, right? It's not so much a space of giving forth. It's hearing, it's understanding and saying, what do you need? How can I help you? What can I do to support you? Right? Not not like look what I did. Like, not look what I did. How can I help? Right? Thank you, Ascended. And Chani, thank you for the follow. I like to think it's our journey, but I do my best, dear. You're the best as well. I've got you, Kat. Sometimes we just have to let them continue. And here's the thing, like, I mean, when we recognize and identify that we're not in like correlation, like we move through it, right? Like there's a lot of that work right now. I hope you have a wonderful day as well, Logan. Your pronunciation of my name is perfect. Great. All right. Kath, the list right now, dear, you will be the third person read for. Thank you for confirmation as well, Persephone. All right. Yes. A dulcimer player. That's pretty cool. It's an old school instrument. All right. I mean, if they were rock climbing, at least they knew what they were doing. But I don't know about doing it in the dark. That still doesn't sound safe. All right, Bridget. I love that quote. Now I ask myself when dealing with a person, am I projecting what's best for them or wanting what's best for them? It's hard, right? Because we want to get we like that's the ego wants to do that, right? Like the ego is like oh, thank you. That's really kind, Star. All right, so we're reading right now the next person on the list for today. I'm still looking. Did Alona alone did am I saying that name correctly? Alona, are you here, dear? If not, the next person we're reading for today is Kat. So can you let me know? I'm looking. Oh, I got you. Oh, her dear. Okay. Oh, you said the. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so you said we're doing the dream interpretation, and the dream interpretation's in the message. Okay, apologize. Just bear with me a moment. Hold on. Where'd you send it? Was it over Venn? Please hold. Yes, thank you for confirming, dear. Aspetta. Hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, thank you, dear. Okay, just bear with me a sec. I'm on it. Okay. One second. All right. I've got it here. I've got the dream. All right. I was working through frustration on life, path, or work. Nothing shopping. Okay. Are you? Sorry. Are you comfortable with me reading it aloud I just want to make sure because sometimes when others send it to me, are you comfortable with me reading it out aloud before I read it aloud? I'm happy not to. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I just realized I'm like I should ask for consent first. Okay. So for dream interpretation. I was working through frustration on life path and work. Nothing shocking. But I received a spoken sentence before I woke up, and I can't get it out of my head. Kids, girls who listen to music with their headphones ooh, are an easier target for abduction. Okay. Ooh, that's dark. Okay. Okay, that's a dark reading. All right, that's fine. Let's get to it. Can I please get not like that. Okay. Can I please get highest priority messages from spirit, please? It's not weird. It's like yeah, and you know what? Okay, I've already got a sense of where this is. Okay, 4 cards, please. For yeah. Wow. Oh wow. Okay. So one of the things that I'm seeing here is I feel like there's something really important that is So the thing about it is I see the fact that like there's something it feels like a call to be protective, right? It feels to me, and you know what's interesting about it is um I keep on hearing one of your guides saying like, not on my watch. Like, you know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing one of your guides that's saying something about it, which is not on my watch because, I think that one of the things about it that is interesting is it's it almost says to me that it shows it's saying that, and I have to, did you the thing is they're showing me a younger version of you that used to go around with headphones all the time. Yeah, let me know if this is something, it's not weird, but I just want to say, is this a connotation? Is this something that you used to do a lot? Because, it actually, I keep on hearing that they're saying something in relationality to this is inner child healing. They're saying to me that there's some kind of connotation or observation of the past in relationality to something that was connected to you in some way, shape, or form that articulates how vulnerable, like how vulnerable you were without recognizing it, right? Like it's giving me a little, it's actually showing to me like it's actually expressing to me some kind of survival wound in recognizing and looking at something and saying to oneself, like I almost hear a guide saying, like you are walking through something that was incredibly dangerous and you didn't even realize it. Like that's the thing that's wild about it. Like it's giving me a little bit of this like there but for the grace of God go I kind of energy. It's giving me a little bit of this like energy that's like they're showing something to you that they feel like you're energetically ready for. But what's beautiful about it in some kind of way, shape, or form is it almost feels like a guide energy because the energy is saying, even then you are divinely protected, right? Like that's the thing. I keep on hearing them say, even then my hand was upon you. Even then was I protecting you because the energy is saying, the fact that you are operating in a space of such innocence that that you didn't even, you're like, that's like now you're looking back and being like, oh my goodness. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of this like ability to see like some kind of situation that you used to be in wherein you were in so much like you were like, and they're saying that to me because they're saying that to me like the reason that they're showing that is because it feels to me like there's something that's necessary about that work, and they keep on saying it is a lesson in naivete, right? They're saying that it is a lesson in naivete that sometimes, right? Sometimes sometimes we need to be um, energetically protected from things that we do not recognize that we need protection from, right? Like that's what's interesting about the message of the dream, right? That in it like I keep on seeing that there was something about that time. It's like I keep on hearing the guide say if someone had come by and said that to you, you would have thought that they were being like ridiculous. But now I keep on seeing you saying like no, no, I get it now. Like it's understanding that um like they're saying the proportion of having to be overly cautious towards naivete is one that another will always feel like you're being too extreme, but those that are protective are saying like I'd rather come across as too extreme than have something come towards you in such a way that it isn't. Like I hear you almost saying like it's helping you understand. I keep on hearing guides now you understand the position I was in, because you're like I keep on hearing someone say I'd rather come across as crazy if you're as long as you're safe. Like I hear the energy basically saying, I keep on hearing that there's something about that which says I'd rather come across as crazy. So as long as you're safe, right? I'd rather come into the space that I feel like I'm overprotective, right? Rather than um like not be able to give you that like piece of information. So they're saying to a certain extent it's interesting because it's helping you regulate situations now wherein you may be feeling a need to be overly cautious, right? Which is often like articulated in like they're giving to me like I like to point out they're giving me a lot of that message, which is like they're calling it like it's like the gift of Cassandra, which is like you see you were so worried nothing happened, and Cassandra just smiles because it's like you'd rather be in a space like you'd rather be in a space that you're cautious and not have something occur than restrain upon something and then wish you'd done something, right? Like it's a lot of that energy that says that we're in that space. We're like, I don't care if you hate me for it. Like I'd rather be wrong. Like I'd rather be wrong than not than navigating the feeling of being able to say, "See, I told you," right? Like it's a lot of that. It's like I'd rather someone. It's like the perception of someone being like, "I told you," and you being like, "You were right," instead of being like, or instead of feeling that sense of saying, "I should have said something," right? It's a very nuanced message. Yeah, especially like a lot of those moments. Like this is the thing I keep on hearing. Like when we're in a space like when we truly care about someone, we never want to say I told you so, right? When we're in a space where we truly care about someone, we never want to be in a space where we say I told you so because we don't want to feel proud of ourselves for being right, right? We actually like we do things hoping that we will be proved wrong, right? It talks a lot about the fact that like they call it the prophet's curse, which is a good like a prophet wants to be seen as like once wrong because like in that space, it's like the only way something works is if it's avoided, and then you look like you're nuts. Like it's a lot of that energy that's built upon the context of saying like it's not about like it's about knowing like what one needs to do and not caring so much about how it makes you seem in the context of doing it. You know, it's a very interesting message because it keeps on saying to me like the overall theme of the dream is what do you do with an impossible warning? You know what I mean? Like what do you do with an impossible warning? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. I've got you, Kat. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. I'm still looking for Betty. Betty, if you're here. All right. And just bear with me a moment. And thank you for joining us, Ava. Good to see you today. I know family can be rough. It's where all the heavy like karmic work comes in. Hi there, Per. Star, we do here several different types of readings. We do past life readings, we do dream interpretation readings, we do life path readings, we do love readings, we do highest priority messages from spirit readings. The only things we don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. Hi there. Facts, thank you as well. You say I spent too. I love it, Bridget. It's not a weird dream. It's just it's interesting because it's not it's weird. It's disturbing. But again, this is freaky energy, so I'm not surprised to experience that. We all did 30 years ago, Discman. Yeah. I got that message for myself yesterday too. Thank you for confirmation, Persephone. Beautiful. I know I am protected. And when people ask me from what, I can't answer. It's like, that's a nice thing. I'm protected. I mean, right, yeah, they're saying that there's something about that having to do with like the context of feeling some of that recklessness. I put myself in sketchy situations when I was younger, and definitely looking back now, you're like, what? I know. It's like you go, like, like it's a lot of that. Like, yeah, it's a lot of like, oh my goodness. Right? No, 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 no. Like it's a lot of that. It is so cute and gentle. My heart's melting. Spot on. Thank you for confirmation, Per. Thank you, Chani. That's nice of you to say. Bridget, my mom was so overprotective of me as a kid. I grew up scared of everything. And that's what they're saying even now. Like they're saying it's about like there's something that's very interesting about that because I feel like to a certain extent you're being called to be a guide for someone, but it's understanding the space of having to navigate fear in a proportionate way, right? Like, and they keep on saying, like, how do you create a space of being protective without creating anxiety in another, right? Like, it's a very Libra message. I love this message. I told my friend about this today. She said I was crazy with my dreams. No, and it's very and like and here's the thing, like I keep on getting that the fact is it feels like a reading, it feels like a message from your guides because it almost feels like saying to one like what does one do? How does one navigate? I keep on hearing, how does one navigate a disturbing message? Right? Like not and they keep on saying not wanting to create fear in another but also building into a space of someone being energetically protected, like there's almost like it almost feels like a little bit of guide work as it relates to how to like navigate your own messages, as it were. Thank you so much, Kath, for getting on the list. Like exactly, a prophet always wants to be wrong. Yeah, exactly. It's not like I told you so. Like, oh no, no, like oh nuts, right? The opposite for me. Yep. No, I mean, like, that's the thing, like, when you see something you don't like, you're like, you don't want something, it's like, you hope that you're wrong about it, right? I always like to point out, they're like, that's why, like, it's saddening. You're like, I didn't want to be right about that. Thank you, Bridget. Oh, I love it. I love doing dream reading interpretation. So feel free to bring your dreams here. I love unpacking them. You're so welcome, Per. Thank you for having that reading with me. And I wish you, and always, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right, we're doing a future read right now for Kat. Oh, Betty, you're back. So Betty, once we do Kat's reading, I'll be happy to read for you next. I'm hooked on the dream interpretations. No, I mean it's great. I again, I think especially here's the thing, and especially with Pluto moving into Aquarius, like the dream space is just going to be much more activated right now. You know. Hi there, Ava. Good to see you, dear. And Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, I understand. She was extra with us all. Yeah, and that's the thing. At the time when you're young, you're like, why are you being so? And then you get older, you're like, oh, I get it now. You know? Oh my gosh, you're moving to Pittsburgh. That's amazing. Absolutely happy to read for you on that future, dear. Trying to heal our nervous systems now as adults. It's hard. It's been very hard, right? And that's what I keep on seeing, which is like what something about the way that message was coming through. Um, and I'm actually coming, hold on, I'm coming around onto it. Um, I keep on seeing it's like trying to work the subtle line of being helpful without being ominous is what I keep hearing, right? Trying to be helpful but not being ominous, you know? Whose messages? Oh, that was Per's dream, Chris. All right. I've got you, Kat. I feel free to bring your dreams. Exactly, Anne. Thank you, Chani. All right, we're gonna get started on the next reading, but I need a moment before we begin. So just bear with me a moment and I'll be right back. Also, I just want to let you guys know we are at, hold on a minute. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. I'll be back in just a moment and we'll get started. Okay. All right, where were we? How long is my reading? How long is it till my reading? Can I walk my dog? Can you give me the name that you sent the reading under, dear, and I'll let you know. But I'll tell you the list right now. We've got Kat, Chantel, and Kathleen. Actually, got Betty. So correction, we got Kathleen. We got Kat, Betty, Chantel, and Kathleen. So each reading is usually about around 10 minutes or so. So I hope that gives clarity. So and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fifth person read for. Talk amongst yourselves, exactly. All right, perfect. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'd say. I mean, I'm not sure how long it takes. We'll probably be on your reading in like the next like 15 minutes or so. But I'll also point out I will never. I'll wait for you. Like I'll put you on the hold list if you're not here, so you're not going to miss your reading. All right. Okay. All right, so we're doing a future read right now for Kat about that move. 3 cards, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. What does Kat need to? Ooh, that's important. All right, we've got 1 card that fell to the floor, so we're going to keep that one. Can I get 2 more, please? 2 more. Wow. I mean, the thing about this is like, are you going alone? Is someone going with you? Um, everything I keep seeing is it's interesting because it feels like a return back to something. I'm not sure if this is if this is a place that you've got some kind of connection to, but um, there's something really I keep seeing. There's something really valuable and important in the context of like seeing something in a whole new way, appreciating it in a whole new way. I keep on hearing you had to go away from something to appreciate the beauty of something. You know, it's giving me a little bit of this like um I like it's giving me a little bit of this like it's giving me nostalgia, but nostalgia in the best way possible. because it does feel like some kind of return to something simpler, right? It's building into the context of the fact that you've changed, and something in the space of that change. Um, I keep on seeing like you're prioritizing things in a different way. You know, um, I keep on hearing that the reason that you can make a move in this way is because you're no longer looking to understand who you are. You know who you are now, right? Like there's like sometimes I keep on seeing sometimes we move places because we're trying to find ourselves, right? Sometimes we move places because we have found ourselves. And they're saying that there's something about the locationality here that you would never have chosen this space if you were still trying to find yourself. But now that you found yourself, it feels like the perfect place, right? Because I keep on seeing it's giving you it's giving you some ability. Um, I don't know why they keep on saying that it's freeing your hands up. Something is about to get easier. Um, it's giving you an ability to focus, particularly in the realm of communication and creativity, in a way that would not be possible anywhere else. And that's why I keep on hearing that it feels. I keep on hearing like a delightful return to simplicity, right? Because I just keep on hearing you're no longer in a space where you're trying to prove anything to you're not trying to prove anything to anyone outside of yourself. You're trying to show yourself what you can do. Like I keep on hearing like you're trying to show yourself how much you can accomplish, if left to your own devices. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. It's like it's like it's I just keep on seeing you're like it's mine to create, right? They're like and that's why it also feels like and that's why it feels like I'd be curious as to where your Saturn return is, because they're saying that it has a lot to do with the significance and value as to how you perceive time. Because I see that in the past you were looking for things to do with your time, right? Now it's like now you don't have enough of it. Right now it's like now you're trying to like I see you being like I want my time back. You know, like I'm not bored. Like I see it, you know, your type of energy. Someone says you're bored. You're like, can I have your like I'll take it. Like how can you be bored? Like how can you be what? I need more of it. Like what are you talking about? Don't come towards me and tell me you're bored. Right? This is the energy that I see. Like you don't have enough of it. Um so I feel like there's something about, and that's why they're saying, and that's why I'd be curious for you to check where your Saturn return's happening, because I keep on hearing that there's something important about the move and Saturn, because they're basically saying that it's not this is like this has to do very much with your own process and your relationship to time, right? Like there's a lot of that, and they're saying even now, like this is you coming into space of saying there's nothing more prioritized than time, right? I'm not trying to, and that's why I keep on hearing energies. I see you're like you're not. I'm not trying to prove myself to anyone. I just need more time to prove something to myself. And so they're saying in that context, this is a very good place for you to arrive, because it feels like that is what you're going to find when you reach that destination. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. You know, it's funny because like I keep on seeing, I feel like you're in a space, I keep on hearing you are in a space where creativity thrives, but not really, is what I keep hearing. Right? You were in a space where creativity was said to live, but you recognize that it didn't. That energy wasn't necessarily being creative so much as they were trying to prove something to each other. Right? I keep on hearing the difference between creativity and a party. You know what I mean? Like they're saying like the energy that's creative isn't the energy going out of their way to look creative. It's the energy that's just being creative. You know what I mean? Like it's not about like I keep on hearing It's not about, I keep on hearing it's not about the party. It's not about like proving it. It's not about showing off. Um, it's about that internal journey of exploring the self, and creating some. I keep on hearing creating something that lasts. I keep on hearing legacy. Right? They're saying to me that there's something about this path, that this move that is helping you build in terms of exploring your legacy. Right? So let this serve as like as positive signs for this. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kat. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, I've got here Betty. Betty, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like, and give yourself time when you get there. You know, I keep on seeing that there's something really important in relationality to building in the context of like working, like there's some kind of period where you might feel like a bit of an outsider, but just give yourself a little time there, right? Like I said, it's like I keep on hearing, remember the beauty of a learning curve. All right. All right, next person we're reading for today, I am looking for Betty. Betty, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, my friends, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We're already at 33.4K likes. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. Hi there, Erica. How are you doing today? Okay. Not me on a walking pad while watching. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Bridget. I hope that you're continuing to improve from your and thank you as well, Kat. 8 pets. That's a lot of pets. I keep on hearing a lot of room, like more room is what I'm also hearing. It is. No, returning to allowing myself to be an artist. Thank you for confirmation. So they're saying that that is going to be very productive there. Like I keep on hearing having your hands free, going real slow. Yeah, please be careful, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Kat. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. I'm going to emerge as a famous. I love that. Continue to focus on that manifestation, Kat. Saturn returns. I know they're heavy. Um, I mean, Mar, I can't tell if you're joking or not, but I'm happy to read for you if you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Bridget, probably Scorpio. Yep. Thank you. Yes, you definitely might be in your 2nd Saturn return. Just joy. Tap to claim. Yes, I want to leave a legacy. Thank you for confirming. I call it bliss lately. No, it's a beautiful way of describing it. Thinking of buying a warehouse. That's amazing. Hi there, Erica. No worries. No need to apologize, Betty. We were just waiting for you. Okay, how you doing today, T Les? And for those who are joining us across the other platforms, if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has binks in it in my Lio and send the donation. It'll be added to the list as well. All right. Highest priority for Betty, please. 2 cards, please, for Betty. Thank you for those gifts during the reading. Oh, I feel like I see someone younger around you right now, and I keep on feeling like it's kind of it's having to navigate um, some sort of work in relationality to. I keep on hearing it's like helping someone understand and honor. Um, I keep on hearing like honoring their commitments, right? And why does this feel like it's important? Because I keep on hearing a commitment is not something that you do when you feel like it. Like that's the thing. Like they're saying, like, and that's the thing about it. It's like a commitment is like often it's difficult when we're teaching someone. I keep on hearing the thing that's difficult when we're teaching someone the value of commitment is it feels like we have to push against their own whim. Okay, and they're saying that. They're saying recognize when you're teaching someone the value of commitment, you have to push against their own whim, right? And that's that moment that you say to another, well, you can't like, when we commit to something, it's not the fact that when we commit to something, we don't say that we commit to it because we do it when we feel like it. It's something that we dedicate ourselves to. It's something that we put as a priority. It's something that we find an ability. I keep on hearing, um, you know, the difference between someone that, how do I get this? Like, there's something very nuanced coming through. Um, if we want to become an adept, if we want to become an adept at something, we have to be willing to commit to it. And when we want to become an adept to something, that doesn't mean that we just move in proportion to our whims. It's a thing that we do even when we don't feel like doing it, right? And this is sometimes something that is difficult to teach because often if someone is younger and they don't recognize that, they want to only kind of move towards what they feel inclined to do. So there's something important to recognize that helping someone understand the the beauty of committing to something and doing it even when you don't feel inclined to, um, builds a sense of fortitude of the self in the process, right? And it's not and it's something that, like, I keep on seeing, it's like helping someone understand it's not just something that you stop doing when it's not easy. It's like when it's not easy, you do it more and you do it again and you do it again and you do it again, right? Because it's not about being a natural. It's about it's about not, and this is often hard for those who are naturally talented at things, is understanding when we're not good at something, but we just continue to put our intention to it. We build that resilience, right? Bottom of the and this is very hard to though for the, yeah, I already know what this reading is. It's really hard when someone is a savant to teach them this, right? Because I keep on hearing like those who are like naturally gifted at something, they want to lean into what they're good at, right? But sometimes when we lean into what we're good at, we don't learn the power of understanding what we have the capacity to do when we put our minds to it, right? So make sure that you're helping someone. I keep on hearing, make sure that you're helping someone honor their commitment because you remind them that it's not a commitment that's outside the self. It's a commitment to oneself, right? It's the ability to prove to oneself what one can do if you put your mind to it. Thank you so much for having that reading, Betty. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Chantel. Chantel, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, I'll be the third person read for. Also, we're doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 34.3K likes. All right. And thank you, Kat, for subscribing. Welcome. Okay. Whoop, hold on a minute. Purring by myself now. Helping my daughter commit to learning and practicing the piano. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense on what I was seeing there, Betty. She wants to be a musician. Yep. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to have to do art even when I don't feel like it. Yep. Practice, practice, practice. I feel like it's interesting too because like it's funny too because I've been getting this message over the last few days. I don't even know who this athlete is, but it's like the athlete who's like sitting there and he's going, "We're talking about practice," but the guys are like, "Yeah, but practice is important." Because practice is not the practice of what we learn to ourselves. It's our commitment to how we serve others in the process, right? Like that's the thing about it. Like that's why I keep on hearing. Like I feel like I got this. Like the guy, like it's somebody being like, "We're talking about practice." Be like, "Yeah, like it's practice is everything." Like practice is what you do when you don't feel like doing it. It's like what you do when you don't feel inclined to. And thank you again for subscribing. I know you haven't missed anything, Kath. Chantel's the next person on the list today. Thank you. That means a lot to me that you listen a lot. And I'm so glad for you to be here and sharing in this collective. 10,000 hours. I love it. Artist is only as good as how much they create. Yeah, well, it reminds me a lot of like that moment with Picasso where Picasso did the drawing and he handed it to the woman and the woman said like and he said that'll be like $10,000 and she said that took you 30 seconds and he's like, "Ma'am, that took me 50 years." like like the tip of the iceberg kind of moment. All right. If Chantel isn't here, we're gonna move to Kathleen, right? And that's the thing about it. Like when we practice, make something look effortless. Like that's the thing. All right, the next person we're reading for. The next person we're reading for is, and that's the thing, like Betty, if they're in Aries, it's impossible because Aries are like lose patience with themselves. Aries are like, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't fun anymore. And that's the thing with like a lot of Aries energy being like, it's not about fun, right? Commitment is not what we do when it's fun. Commitment is the commitment we make to ourselves. It's learning to have patience with ourselves, even when it stops being fun, right? All right. So I'm looking for Chantel. If Chantel's not here, we're moving to Kathleen. So Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Kat, if you'd like to sign up for another read, you're always welcome to do so. You just need to send another donation payment. Also, I'll point out that those who are subscribers, once we move through the personal readings, will always be entitled to an additional a one-card reading at some point in the day as well. Okay. All right, we're reading for Kathleen now, and still looking for Chantel. Okay. She's an Aries, so she's got to learn how to pace herself. No, it's true. I mean, I'm telling you, like that's the thing. Like Aries are all about that. Like it's learning, like it's like learning how to like build the routine. It's the you're so lucky cousin. Exactly, Bridget. It's like, oh yeah, it's luck. Exactly. My illustrations took me 34 years, and while and a lot of share and Aries, a lot of Aries shadow work. Exactly, right? It's the commitment to the self. Beautifully put. All right. Oh, okay. She's walking the dog still. Thank you for confirming, Per. Aries are so addicted. Like, no, I mean, like Aries love sprinting. Yeah, I mean, they're like that's the thing. They love running, but it's like the thing with Aries energy is they like sprinting. They're not so good at marathons. All right. And Kathy, thank you for getting on the list. All right, I'm looking for Kathleen. I've got a Kathleen. So Chantel's take on their walk. I'm looking for Kathleen. I know she was just here, and if not, I'm also Kat. Thank you for also getting on the list. It's taking all of my patience just to walk right now and not run. I know it's all right. Like baby steps, Bridget. Be patient with yourself. You know. And I'll tell you, I'm telling you right now, with all of this air, like all these planets in Aries, I know, like when I say for you to be patient, it's like, you know, and nobody has any patience right now. Okay. Um, and just a reminder to anybody who's joining us, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot and over on my Substack. All right, so second call right now. I am looking for Chantel, Kathleen, or Kat. Chantel, Kathleen, or Kat. If one of you are here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the next person read for right now if we've got a bunch of energy that we're waiting upon. I've got you, Kat. Good to see you, dear. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. I see you, dear. Can you just let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific? And if you've already posted your question, I haven't seen it come through. So you may need to rephrase it in depth, more in depth on the previous one. Okay, absolutely. Got it. All right. Can I get 4 more cards, please? Highest priority messages, please, for Kat in relationality to the move. Thank you. You know, the thing about it, and this is what I keep on seeing that feels like it's very interesting and intriguing, is um, it's giving me this like energy. It's giving me like diamond in the rough energy, right? And I keep on seeing that there's something very interesting in relationality, not only to your effective determination point in moving towards something, but also the fact that it feels like the move itself is you taking some of your time and energy back. Because to be perfectly honest, I almost see that you're in some kind of situation right now that it's like I keep on feeling it's like I keep on hearing like a lot of social obligations, right? It feels like I keep on hearing the social obligations that become negotiations. You know, like it feels like this, like it's like it feels to a certain extent like you're shedding some kind of weight. Um, but a lot of the weight, like that's why they're saying that it feels like I keep on seeing someone say, like, why are you going there? There's nothing there. And you being like, like it's a lot of that energy that almost says to a certain extent that it is the feeling of kind of like moving in the context of like not feeling I don't know why they're saying this, but I don't know. It's like I don't know if you're in a situation right now where it feels like there's like a very heavy social circle around you that has a lot of these like demands that they're putting towards you, or a lot of feeling of some kind of weight of obligation as it relates to like meeting another person's requests. But that's why I keep on hearing that there's something really beautiful here about creating distance, because it's like there's something about, like they're saying to me, like something about you creating distance in some relationships is actually helping you test the weight of them, you know? Like they're actually saying to me, it's like they're saying to me that there's something about that that you're helping, it's helping you test the weight of relationships in the difference between the energetic relationship that lasts because they care about you versus the energetic connections that were only enduring because someone wanted something from you. And they're saying that that is something very important about that, because they're saying to me that there's something about this journey that is going to say to you, it's going to help you understand um, the durability of some of those connections, right? Like it's going to help you recognize and identify what feels like it is, what feels like it is integral, what feels like it is, that it is not like operating under the context of what you do for them, or what they do for you. Like it feels to me, it's like it's actually interesting because it says to me like you're moving away from that feeling of some kind of like unnecessary, like unnecessarily like hand washing, if you will. And that's why I see even now, like there's something about this that says to me that it's not coming out here. Like the card itself hasn't come out, but it feels very much like hermit energy, you know? It feels very much like the ability of saying and recognizing and building into a space of, and I feel like in the past you were trying to avoid yourself. And I feel like this is what I mean. It's like you find effectively finding yourself. This is giving you some kind of ability to explore yourself further, right? It's like a longing to go inwards. And I keep on seeing it feels like a new chapter that's opening because um, you're not carrying the concept of what another person remembers as it relates to the past and the process. Like it feels like it's a reintroduction point, but it's a reintroduction point to how seriously you take yourself now. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, so something to keep in mind going forward. Oh, there it is. Here's the thing about it, and I need to point this out. I know you feel like you're leaving the hermit energy, but they're not saying that you're leaving the hermit energy. They're saying, and you have to recognize and understand, hermit energy is not feeling alone, right? Sometimes we have a misconception of the hermit card. Hermit energy is that feeling of being abandoned, right? Like what people misunderstand about hermit energy is feeling like you're left behind. It's feeling like you don't know where you're going. It's feeling all alone. But when we build into the context of like moving towards a direction of finding ourselves, what we're really doing is we're coming into a path work where we discover the joy of ourselves, right? The energy of appreciation of ourself is such that we don't feel triggered by our own frequency. We love our energy, like we want to explore and expand upon it further. And it feels to me like you're leaving behind some kind of energy or force. I keep on hearing you're leaving behind some kind of energy or force that tried to use hermit energy against you, right? Someone that was trying to come into a space of making you feel abandoned to generate some kind of feeling of change within you. And that's why I keep on seeing the fact that there's something about this move that's almost allowing you the context of taking your energy back, because it's almost that space of saying like, um, I'm not in a space, like I don't feel a lack here. I feel nourishment, right? I'm not trying to chase after someone to fill that void. I'm doubling down on me, right? This is the energy that's like, it's like the moment that you embrace that, you get your power back. So I feel like there's a lot of this force that is you kind of like saying to someone like, make no mistake, this is what's happening, right? Make no mistake, I am arbitrating that choice. And there's something about that move that feels like in the moment you find yourself again, because it is the moment that you're choosing yourself, right? You're not waiting for someone to choose you. You're saying, I'm letting go of waiting for someone to choose me, and I'm choosing myself in the progress. And I feel like, again, it's like I keep on hearing, like, that's, effectively, it's like, this is why I feel like it does feel like a Saturn return, because I feel like you're tearing apart the old contract of yourself. And in the process, you feel that moment of being energetically reborn. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kat. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, we've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left. If you would like to secure a reading, you'll be the next person read for. I'm still looking right now for Chantel or Kathleen. Also, we are at 36.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. Hi there, Ruby. Just hold on a moment. Okay. I'm looking for a fixer-upper. Yes, I will need to network. Someone hurt me. Oh, my sister leaving hermit. No, they're actually saying they're saying that you're not leaving hermit. That's why it was bottom of the deck. They're saying that you're finding hermit. Like you're finding that ability of feeling safe in your energy again, right? I never feel alone. I do feel abandoned right now. I love my energy. And that's what I mean. Like they're saying like you're reclaiming the love of your energy in this process. Someone tried to make me feel abandoned. That's what I see. Like I see someone, I almost hear you saying to someone, no one makes me feel abandoned in my energy. Like, like I see you being like, no one makes me feel abandoned in my energy. I feel like there's something about you making that choice for yourself that sets you free. Bridget, I moved 9 years ago during my Saturn return all by myself. And it was the scariest and best decision I made. Tap to claim, and thank you for supporting each other on these journeys. Hi there, Pops. Good to see you. Thank you for sharing the live, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Now I'm thinking about moving in, but I'm not as brave this time to go alone. But they're saying even now, like they're saying that, I mean, I can see why something feels scary, but they're saying that, like they're saying to me that it's the healthy fear, right? It's like it's the fear of the unknown. It's like it feels very scorpionic. It feels like that act of transformation, but it also feels